Okay, good morning, everyone. It's 10 o'clock. The inquiry is now open. My name is Matthew Shrigley. I am an inspector appointed by the Secretary of State to conduct this inquiry to determine the appeal by Envar Composting Limited. The appeal results from the decision of Cambridge County Council to refuse planning permission for the demolition of in-vessel compost buildings, tunnels, and ancillary development, construction of dry anaerobic digestion facility, pellet fertilizer facility, healthcare waste energy recovery facility, waste transfer station, vehicle refueling station, biomass storage building, surface water lagoons, and the extension to a concrete pad and ancillary development, including a car park. And that is all at Envar Composting Limited, St Ives Road, Somersham. Can everyone please turn the mobile phones off or turn them to silent if you've not already done so? There's quite a lot of people here. Sometimes they might forget that. I assume everyone can hear me okay. Can people at the back of the room hear me? Speak up. The acoustics are quite good. Is that a lot better? Yeah. Okay. Okay. For efficiency and to ensure the fair running of the event, I'm requesting that should parties wish to get my attention, other than the advocates, could you raise your hand and then I can look to bring you in at an appropriate time. We are using the microphone systems, as you can see, at all of the times for speaking witnesses and the advocates and so on and so forth. Before we start, there are a few formalities I need to complete. Firstly, in terms of appearances, I've had notification already who is likely to speak, but I'm going to ask the main parties to introduce themselves firstly, just so everyone can hear this. And so firstly, for the appellants, I'm going to ask their advocate to introduce himself and who will be speaking.
Thank you, sir. Is that working all right? Great. Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Bashforth will just hand a sheet round to save your pen, sir. So my name is James Burton of Council of 39 Essex Chambers. I'm instructed by Quad Limited, and I will be calling, and this is my proposed order of witnesses as on your sheet there in that order, but I'll try to get the pronunciation right so everyone can follow during the inquiry. First of all, Mr. James Cooper, who is the head of compliance at the appellant at Envar Composting Limited. Then Mrs. Catherine Bean, who is my landscape and visual impact witness, as you know. Then Dr. Amanda Owen, who deals with concerns that have been raised in relation to impacts on health. Mr. Stephen Othen, who is my climate change witness. And finally, Mr. Sean Bashforth, who is my planning witness. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for those details. And for the council, please.
So good morning. Mr. Whitehouse is going to distribute to you and to the appellant our list of appearances. Thank you. So my name is Ed Grant. I'm a barrister from Cornerstone Barristers, instructed by Pathfinder Legal Services on behalf of Cambridgeshire County Council. And we propose to call two witnesses in due course. The first, who will deal with landscape and visual harm, is Mr. Paul Reynolds, who sits to my immediate right. And he'll be followed by the planning witness, Mr. Christopher Whitehouse, who sits two to my right. And so their written evidence will have reached you in the usual way.
In terms of, there will actually be some roundtable discussion anticipated. I take it Mr. Whitehouse will be dealing with that.
So yes, in
Yeah.
respect of conditions specifically, yes.
Yeah. Okay, good. That matches my record. If anyone else wishes to speak, I need to make clear I don't need to hear the same evidence twice. That's to do with the limited time we have for the inquiry in terms of running time. The submissions informing the case can all be taken as read. I would encourage parties to consider nominating a representative who can deal with main points collectively if there are interested persons wanting to speak. For expediency, I'm looking for contributions to be about no longer than 5 minutes as a ballpark guide, given the number of people who may want to speak. I think that's broadly in line with the committee scenario. I think it's 3 minutes. So that's a broad marker. I do reserve the right to bring any oral contributions to a close if they're deemed overly repetitive or there's unreasonable behaviour that could include inappropriate comments. So it is important that any speaker who wants to speak has in mind that I do have the power to award costs against any party behaving unreasonably if that isn't followed. So in that context, there are a number of people who've already notified the Planning Inspectorate that they want to speak. So I'm going to run through the list I have, and then I'm going to sort out the details after that. So I've got Mr. Vara, Member of Parliament for North West Cambridgeshire. I've got Steve Criswell, County Councillor. I've got Andy Notman, Chairman of the Woodhurst Parish Council. I've got Natasha Marco, representing an action group. I've got Ian Rawls, Colin Hammond, Helen Thatcher, John Marsh, Kim Moosey, Phil Spate. I've got, I believe it's Alison Hodges, Elizabeth Blows, Tracy Hope, and Lorna Watkins. So I've got 14 speakers there, potentially. So there is a bit of a pinch point on the timings, as I've already alluded to. So firstly, are those people still wanting to speak? If any of those persons are not wanting to speak, can that be signalled? Yeah. All right, it's Philippa Hope.
Yeah.
Okay. Does anybody else wish to speak? I'm going to start this side of the room and then move to that side. Sorry. And the lady next to you had her arm raised. Jean Fairburn. And there was a gentleman on the front row, yes. Simon Bluff. Is there anybody else I've missed? Quite a lot of people here, just double checking. Nobody else? Okay, so I've got 16 speakers altogether with those 2 additional ones. Filming and recording. It is a public event, so it can be filmed. There is, I believe, members of the press here. If I could just ask them, have they been in contact with any media officer at the Planning Inspectorate? Okay, understand. Right. Mm. Yeah, I mean, it is a public meeting. It can be filmed, but if there's anybody who specifically doesn't want to be filmed and for any reason, they need to declare that. Or if they want to observe the meeting away from the shot of the camera, they can do that. No, no. Okay. Yeah. Right. 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 So it is being live streamed anyway, as we most people should be aware. Okay, so I've seen a copy of the council's letters of notification to the appeal itself, confirming the date, time, and location of the inquiry. In terms of representations and evidence, I've copies of the representations made in response to the appeal notification, as well as the original planning application consultation as background. So all of those submissions are already with the Planning Inspectorate. I'm going to take all of those into account in reaching, informing any recommendation. As I've already indicated, all the evidence can be taken as being read. There's no need to speak specific areas, but if you do wish to draw my attention to specific documents and paragraphs, you can do that if you need to. In the lead up to the inquiry, I held a case management conference on the 12th of December 2023 with representatives from the appellant and the council. The CMC was to discuss specific text areas. Looking at the screen. We covered the following matters: an outline of the main issues dealing of the case, dealing with the evidence, and establishing the running order and the related inquiry management issues. For anyone not familiar with case management conferences, I confirm the merits of the appeal were not discussed, and that's a matter for the inquiry itself. In the lead up to the CMC, or the case management conference, there was agreement from the council to only contend the first reason for refusal on the decision notice, which concerns landscape visual impacts. And that was informed by a statement of common ground. The second reason for refusal on the decision notice related to the perceived health and well-being risks to local businesses and residents, which isn't being directly contested. So I've factored those circumstances accordingly. But in saying that, it's anticipated post the CMC and during the CMC that the planning and balance informing any decision would also be a key element. And as part of that process, any harms or benefits would be gauged as a further aspect. So as a note, that would include any consideration towards any perceived effects on the health and well-being of business owners and residents in the area. In terms of proofs of evidence, I've received proofs of evidence from the appellant and the council. Can I ask at this point, are the council's representatives able to confirm that copies of the material is available on the website?
So yes, it is. The whole core document list is available through the council website, which includes all the proofs of evidence.
In terms of the actual inquiry procedural rules, I'll be following the Town and Country Planning Appeals Determination by Inspectors Inquiries Procedure, England Rules 2000. The main parties have provided me their timings already, and based on that, I've set out an indicative running order, which was issued last week. There will be sufficient time for breaks during the inquiry to have a cup of tea, stretch legs, etc. As a guide, I'm looking to have a break every 1.5 to 2 hours, something like that, as a rough guide, or whenever is convenient in the running order. When we're undertaking the breaks, I'm reminding the advocates, as all the main parties, that there's to be no discussion of the case with their respective witnesses being cross-examined, as I'm sure they're already aware. I've a separate retiring room to my left, so there's no discussion with me during any of the adjournments or any of the breaks, as you would expect. Okay, so in terms of the running order, this is as per the indicative timetable. I've got the order of the witnesses just read out from the appellant and the council. So today is day one. When I've concluded my opening remarks, I will invite the appellant and the council to each make their respective opening statements. This will help everyone to understand the main arguments. Following the openings by the advocates of the main parties, I then intend to hear the interested parties wanting to speak. I've anticipate about an hour to an hour and a half to conclude that. I will then look to hear evidence in chief from the council's landscape witness, Mr. Reynolds, which will then be followed by cross-examination by the appellant's advocate. On day two, the morning's reserved for the appellant's advocate, cross-examination and possible re-examination by the council's advocate, only if required, plus any questions. Then during the afternoon time, the council's evidence in chief on planning merits from Mr. Whitehouse, followed by any, followed by cross-examination by the council's advocate. Day three is reserved for re-examination in the morning if that's required. Then we move to the appellant's evidence in chief from Mr. Cooper, cross-examination, re-examination, followed by any questions. Then the same process for the evidence in chief from Ms. Bean. On day four, there'll be probably a resumption of the cross-examination of Ms. Bean, followed by any re-examination. And then we repeat the process again for the evidence in chief of Dr. Owen, followed by the evidence in chief of Mr. Owen. Day five is reserved for Mr. Owen's cross-examination, plus any questions, and then exactly the same process for Mr. Bashforth on planning matters in the afternoon. That's on day 5, which is the 27th. Yes, you want, yeah.
I thought I just raise it now, sir.
Yeah.
Obviously, as you are aware, but members of the public might not be, relatively recent, I wouldn't say rule change, but guidance change means that the advocates, indeed anyone, can no longer discuss the case with the witnesses as soon as they've started giving any evidence. With that in mind, and of course, I know by the time we get to Friday, who knows where the timetable will be sitting, but I'd, for obvious reasons, be extremely reluctant not to be able to speak to one of my witnesses over the weekend. So I'm hoping that either we'll have completed Mr. Open's evidence, hopefully, but if we haven't started him, then I'd be suggesting that we start him the following week rather than have him split, as it were.
Yeah, completely understood. Thank you for that. Yeah, I mean, that's sensible. There has been a change. I think it's PIBA have introduced it recently. So yes, that will be factored in. In terms of the actual remaining timetable, day 6 is reserved for roundtable discussion on conditions, site visit arrangements. Day 7 is reserved for my site visit. I intend to conduct an unaccompanied site visit, is my intention. So that's marked as a non-sitting day, and then that leads to day 8, which is Friday, the 1st of March. For closings, any costs applications, and the actual close of the inquiry. So that's an indicative timetable. There might be variation as we go, as we've just discussed, but that was the opening indicative timetable. In relation to any condition matters that we discuss, I just want to make everyone aware that is standard procedure, and discussion of that topic doesn't indicate that I've made my mind up on any of the issues, nor weaken the council's continued opposition to the proposal. I may ask questions at any stage as we go on in the proceedings, and that's just to aid my understanding largely. With all these things in mind, does anybody wish to raise anything about the running order or anything else I've referred to?
No, thank you.
No. Well, sorry. Just one point of clarification, sir. You mentioned you'll be conducting the inquiry in accordance with the determination by inspectors rules. It has been called in, as I understand it. So I appreciate the rules are identical for running of inquiry as the called in rules, but I'm just checking I've got that right.
Yes, you have. I'm going to come on to that in a second, about the Secretary of State calling. Yeah.
Recovery, I think, strictly speaking.
Well, recovery, yeah. Costs. I'm not inviting any applications for costs, but if anyone intends to make an application, this should be done before the close of the inquiry. In addition, and I've already mentioned, I have the power to initiate the award of costs if any unreasonable behaviour ensues. We do have a very tight running order as a contingency. If there's any reason that we can't complete within the allotted time, I do have scope to allow written closings, or worst case scenario, arranging an extra day's sitting if something unforeseen happens. I'm not expecting this to happen, but there's always that contingency if it's needed. In terms of site visit arrangements, I'm already familiar with the site and the surroundings from the appeal material and what can be seen digitally, publicly. The site visit will be largely for me, well, solely for me to see the site, the surroundings, with no other discussion taking place. As I say, I intend to do that as unaccompanied, but the main parties may wish to highlight the viewpoints they wish me to see the proposal from and towards, and we can deal with that during the inquiry later on. Plans, I'll be basing my decision on the plans that the council had when it made its decision, and also bearing in mind the position agreed in the statement of common ground it's provided. All documents and evidence should have already been provided. I'm not inviting any further submissions, but if anybody is intending to make anything further, can you let me know now? No. Don't think there's anybody else saying anything, so I'll move on. The main issue in dispute is the landscape and visual effects of the development on the locality. As I say, there's going to be a planning balance as well associated to the overall recommendation. So the full planning arguments will inform the overall position. Does anybody disagree with the main issue as I see it in the context I've explained? No? No? Good. Okay, so it's already been mentioned that the appeal has been recovered. So it will be decided by the Secretary of State following a written recommendation to them following the closure of the inquiry. The notice of that has been served on myself, the council and the appellants, and that's already been made clear in advance of the inquiry. I don't have anything further to say about that. It is a slightly different procedure, but it doesn't really affect the running order or the content of the inquiry itself. So that concludes my opening remarks. Before we get going on the other issues and the other matters, is there anything else anybody wants to raise before I move on? Yeah, yes. No. This is the public process, and then the next step would be a written recommendation. Yep. Is there any other questions? Take that as a no. Thank you. Okay, in that case, may I ask the appellant's advocate to make their opening statement, please?
Absolutely, sir. I've written copies, certainly enough for you and Mr. Grant's team. Yes, thank you very much, sir. At root, this inquiry and ultimately the Secretary of State must answer the overarching questions posed by Section 72 of the Town and Country Planning Act 1990 and Section 38(6 of the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act 2004. First, are the proposals in accordance with the development plan? Second, if they are, do material considerations outside the plan nonetheless mean that permission should not be granted? Or if they are not, do material considerations outside the plan mean that permission should nevertheless be granted? It's common ground, sir, that the development plan is to be taken as a whole, with recognition that planning policies often contain broad statements that may be in tension. The statutory test itself contains a rebuttable presumption in favour of the development plan, and the National Planning Policy Framework is clear that proposals that accord with an up-to-date development plan should be approved without delay. These proposals do so accord, and in any event, considerations outside the plan overwhelmingly favour the proposals. It is regrettable the appellant has been forced to seek permission on appeal when its planning application ought to have been granted in accordance with the officer recommendation and in the knowledge that there were no objections from the range of expert statutory consultees And also the County Council's instructed independent air quality consultant. In the course of the inquiry, there will naturally be a focus on the main inquiry issue concerning landscape, effects on landscape and visual amenity, which responds to the one reason for refusal that the County Council still pursues, which is the first reason, the wording of which repays study as a window onto the thinking behind it, and likewise the wording of no longer pursued reason for refusal. 2, no doubt interested parties will argue also along the lines of what was that reason for refusal 2 concerning perception of health and well-being harm, which even now the County Council seeks to partially maintain, we say shedding further light on its thinking. That these matters will be points of focus is the inevitable nature of the appeal process, with an appeal against a decision to refuse for defined reasons, and then the nature of the public inquiry into that appeal. But none of this should distract from what respectfully should be immediately apparent when considering the proposals with a clear and logical eye, and which is the first of a number of propositions I set out to you now, sir, which we will make good through evidence. So proposition 1, the proposals will bring obvious and patently overwhelming benefits, not least, but not only, in terms of tackling the climate crisis, driving waste up the waste hierarchy, co-location benefits, addressing local waste need, and assisting with net self-sufficiency, adding jobs, and through that and generally supporting the local economy and increasing biodiversity in the process, adding positive tree belts. And there will be others too, reducing existing environmental impacts such as odour and noise and steam plumes, or minimising call on the possible water grid. Proposition 2, these are benefits sought by both local and national policy / guidance and legislation in accordance with the drive for sustainable development. As officers noted in their report to committee, at national level, quote, there is a raft of legislation, policy and targets which seek to deliver more sustainable waste management and protect the environment. And I give a roll call of inclusions such as the Waste Framework Directive transposed through the Waste Regs 2011 and the Climate Change Act, and of course waste-specific national policy and the overarching national planning policy framework, and local policy marches in step. There's no doubt that the benefits are material considerations and weighty ones. Proposition 3, the proposals will do all of this at one of the few designated waste management sites in the waste planning area of sufficient size that it is possible to achieve these benefits through co-location. As officers noted, quote, it is one of a few existing permanent waste management non-landfill sites within Cambridgeshire and Peterborough that is large enough to accommodate a range of waste management processes. Rhetorically, what could be a more effective use of this land in accordance with Chapter 11 of the National Planning Policy Framework? Proposition 4. The proposals will deliver this not only without harm to health, which is now agreed by the County Council, and I give the reference, but also without causing harm to any designated landscape or to any designated heritage asset or to any ecological designation. In a country as rich in history and other interest as ours, indeed in a county as rich in history and other interest as Cambridgeshire, this is remarkable. Proposition 5. The proposals represent a striking range and depth of compliance with development plan policy, as well as material considerations outside the plan. And that is even if the County Council is right regarding the alleged policy non-compliance set out in reason for refusal 1, which the County Council is not. There is a great opportunity here to do something profoundly sustainable, which should be seized. Now, in the circumstances, so I'm going to say something regarding the principle of development and the benefits before I turn to the main inquiry issue. So there is broad agreement that the principle of the proposed development is supported by the development plan, And this has material consequences for the county council's claim, which is now based only on reason for refusal 1, that the proposals conflict with the plan taken as a whole. The MVAR site, the appellant site within which the appeal site sits, is almost all previously developed land, and it's a designated, sorry, that's a typo, designated waste management area within the minerals and waste local plan. And the entire MVAR site is within the waste management area consultation area. The only part of the proposals outside the waste management area is the proposed lagoon area, over which the county council raises no concern. And this site has a long history of waste management, of which Mr. Cooper provides detail in his proof. It's not difficult to see why the appellant and the county council agree that the principle of development is supported, because these proposals will, first, they will put the wet, for want of a better term, food and green waste presently processed by in-vessel composting and windrows to markedly better use through a dry anaerobic digestion process, producing significant biogas, capturing significant biogas, I should say, and producing a digestate that, combined with other elements, including from the dry AD and from the waste transfer station and the in-vessel windrow composting still on site, will be made into a pellet fertilizer in a production facility. The biogas will replace fossil fuels, and the pellet fertilizer will replace traditional fossil fuel produced so-called NPK fertilizer and offer additional environmental benefits. It will move waste up the hierarchy. Second, it will make the dry AD and the pellet processes work, including the drying of the digestate, by providing heat from overwhelmingly a healthcare waste energy recovery facility, the ERF or the HERF. The ERF combusts healthcare waste that, due to its nature, cannot be recycled. By recovering its energy, the healthcare waste will be put to notably more productive use than the baseline or but-for position, thus moving waste up the hierarchy and aligning with national support for recovery of energy from waste that cannot be recycled, as well as being kept in area, so supporting net waste self-sufficiency and the proximity principle, and identifying and addressing an identified local capacity gap, i.e. a need. Third, through the above co-located processes plus installation of rooftop solar PV, the proposals will reduce greenhouse gas emissions by what Mr. Othen calculates as some 40,000 tonnes of CO2 equivalent per annum, which he notes is equal to the carbon footprint of some 28,000 Cambridgeshire residents per annum. It will also make the existing biomass and waste transfer processes more efficient by placing them under cover in modern buildings, reducing energy spent on drying wood chip and allowing for mechanisation of waste transfer, so reducing the use of diesel-powered mobile plant, bringing further unquantified greenhouse gas reduction benefits. It will create permanent jobs as well as construction jobs and the inevitable increase in indirect jobs assisted by the appellant's local first policy. It will improve biodiversity, significantly so, and in the process making positive improvements to landscape, in particular through tree belts. And in addition, it will reduce call on the potable water grid, and bringing further unquantified greenhouse gas reduction benefits and reduce impacts such as odour, noise and steam plumes. So the proposal's strong performance against Minerals and Waste Local Plan Policy 1, Sustainable Development, Climate Change, is readily apparent, as is compliance with Policy 3 criteria C, which is agreed, subject necessarily to compliance with Policy 4. And as to Policy 4, it's hard to conceive of a better example of co-location at a designated waste site, and it's common ground that the proposals fall to be considered against Policy 4 sub-limb waste management facilities co-location, rather than, for example, waste management facilities rural areas. Policy 4 sets a balance test for proposals that fall under the co-location limb, and it's this: Proposals for co-location will not be supported if the benefits do not outweigh the harm when assessed against the wider policies of the development plan. As Mr. Bashforth has explained in his proof, Policy 4 makes clear that one looks to the other development plan policies to ascertain whether there is harm and then whether it is such that the benefits do not outweigh it. This is of relevance when one considers not only no longer pursued reason for refusal 2, but also the development plan policies the County Council alleges are breached in reason for refusal 1. And you, sir, may note, you doubtless have already noted, that the County Council runs no case under reason for refusal 1 that non-compliance with other development plan policy overrides benefits for the purposes of the Policy 4 balance test. Every one of the benefits is important. And important though the climate change benefits are, the benefits are not simply about reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Driving waste up the hierarchy is a benefit in itself, as is co-location, addressing local waste need and assisting with net waste self-sufficiency, adding jobs, increasing biodiversity and so on. And so the appellant has been conservative in its approach to the benefits and equally has been precautionary in its approach to the alleged harm. The conservative approach to the benefits is clear from Mr. Oatham's and Mr. Cooper's evidence as regards identification/quantification of benefits, and it carries through to Mr. Bashforth's evidence. But in its consideration of these proposals, the County Council has failed to even properly understand their benefits and their interdependency, let alone to give them due weight. And this continues even now. It includes a curious, to say the least, approach to the weighting of climate change benefits, even after their scale has been spelled out by the evidence of Mr. Oatham. It includes a misunderstanding of what the proposals will achieve regarding capacity need, a failure to grasp what can and cannot be processed by anaerobic digestion and how co-located processes as a whole will feed into each other. It includes, that's a typo, simple omission of some benefits and indeed other errors, as well as a general underweighting. So placing the alleged harm in the context against a veritable mountain of benefits, none of which are disputed, but which are poorly understood by the County Council and improperly weighted, a bare majority of the members of the Planning Committee, 5 versus 4, rejected the advice of their officers and expert consultees and put up 2 reasons for refusal, as you know, sir. The roll call of expert statutory consultees relevant or potentially relevant to the reasons for refusal, none of whom objected, bears consideration. The District Council Landscape Consultee, Natural England, the District Council Environmental Health Consultee, the UK Health Security Agency, the Environment Agency, the County Council Public Health Consultee, the County Council Ecology Consultee, the County Council Transport and Highways Consultees. It's not that the County Council somehow brought to bear alternative expertise that pointed away from that advice to a refusal of the planning application, but to the contrary, the entirely external independent air quality consultancy the County Council instructed air quality consultants was also satisfied, as were the County Council's own professional officers. But it gets worse because the County Council hasn't appreciated or given due weight to the logical implications of the benefits for the alleged unacceptable harm to landscape/visual amenity on which the County Council plants its flag, because there is an identified local capacity need for treatment of healthcare waste. And there's also a need, consistent with the waste hierarchy, to seek to fully recover energy from non-recyclable healthcare waste. And these needs, they cannot be met consistent with climate change, waste hierarchy, and net waste self-sufficiency goals, other than by treating the healthcare waste by energy recovery within the waste plan area. To do so, one needs a chimney of a certain height. To put that recovered energy to maximal use, one needs an on-site recipient, such as the dry AD and the pellet fertilizer production facility proposed here, for which one needs a waste site of a certain size. The County Council, notably, has never suggested some other way of meeting these needs, nor indeed has it faced up to the obvious link between the extant reason for refusal 1 and the no longer pursued reason for refusal. 2, because the members of the planning committee are lighting upon the slender chimney as somehow unacceptable in landscape visual impact terms, reflected an unfounded, unscientific perception of health/well-being harm from the chimney. A chimney that will not even have a plume more than once in a blue moon. Now, the interested parties approach, which is unfortunately not a fully informed one, clearly led the county council to refuse. But the county council is expected to act logically, reasonably, and on the evidence. And had the planning committee looked on the chimney as it ought to have done, as part of the means by which the benefits, including radical greenhouse gas savings, would be realised, its perception of the chimney in the landscape/visual amenity setting would surely have been different. On top of that, the county council's refusal misunderstood the relevant development plan policies, and not only in relation to the no longer pursued reason for refusal. 2, as to the plan policies the county council relies on for the alleged policy conflict, which are necessarily now limited to those in the first reason for refusal. The policies cited in reason for refusal 1 are not policies that proceed on the basis that adverse landscape resource/visual amenity effects, including significant adverse effects, necessarily mean conflict with that policy or those policies, let alone the development plan taken as a whole. They strike a more realistic, proportionate note, as one would expect. Reason for refusal 1 aside, the county council seeks to cling on to the remnants of reason for refusal 2, but recognises there's no objective basis for it and no conflict with policy by reason of it. Its own planning witness gives it only limited weight. It is a regrettable state of affairs that proposals which offer so much benefit should have been rejected by members contrary to offers of advice and professional expertise, clearly swayed by unfounded public perception of harm. And over the course of this inquiry, the appellant will continue to explain why members were wrong to do so. As to the landscape visual effects, at this appeal, the county council raises no objection regarding the proposal's landscape visual impact, save as regards the energy recovery facility chimney. A proper understanding of context is vital, both the landscape and visual amenity context, but also the role of the chimney as regards the hearth and the role of the hearth as regards the proposals. Remove the hearth and healthcare waste it will be dealt with other than in accordance with the waste hierarchy, net self-sufficiency, and the proximity principle. It will be dealt with either out of area or without the same energy recovery benefits, or both. And its heat input to the dry AD and pellet fertilizer processes will be lost, with knock-on effects for the benefits generally. It needs a chimney of a certain height, hence the 26-metre high, merely 1.07 metre wide chimney. In short, if one is to have the hearth meet the identified local need and have the obvious benefit of full energy recovery from the waste, then this chimney is part and parcel of the requirement. As for the chimney, when viewed simply objectively, without consideration of its beneficial purpose or perceived harm to health implications, its dimensions mean it would be a self-evidently slender item coloured an unobtrusive grey. It would be set in the context of the MVAR site and its immediate surroundings that are not quintessentially rural and tranquil in character on any objective view, but are industrial/semi-industrial. The wider landscape in which the proposals would sit has no designation, and it's not an NPPF Para 180A valued landscape. It's common ground, there'd be no harm to designated heritage assets, including necessarily conservation areas, which are a feature of the villages in the surrounding area, and indeed the county council accepts that the site is not in the setting of any designated heritage assets or landscapes. Whilst land use here is predominantly rural, the character is not simply rural agricultural. There are many very visible non-rural elements, and quite simply, as the appellant's evidence explains, that the county council's evidence fails to grasp, the site and its surroundings, they are not a tranquil rural agricultural scene by any stretch. A thorough landscape and visual impact assessment and LVIA was submitted and enlarged through Environmental Impact Assessment Regulation 25 requests. The LBA took the precautionary approach of bold purple colour blocking the proposals in Type 4 visualisations, making them appear more visible than they will be, and at year 0, so before the considerable landscaping has reached any form of maturity. Its conclusions included this: the proposed development, I quote, should not cause unacceptable landscape and visual impacts, especially in the wider landscape. The site sits within an existing small developed industrialized area with a number of other buildings/sheds within a wider area. This small industrialized area already hosts buildings, large sheds, moving machinery and fencing that are characteristic of the proposed development. When considered in an increasingly broad context of the landscape, the proposed development is anticipated to be assimilated into the existing landscape and views. The existing area is considered to have the capacity to absorb the introduced characteristic elements without overarching change to the landscape character of the area, and the loss of moderate to low sensitivity and uncharacteristic elements is considered acceptable. Where the visual impacts of the proposed development have been assessed to be the highest, the impacts are considered to be sufficiently localized and contained that the impacts are acceptable. Where the majority of views of the proposed development are possible, they are generally seen against a backdrop of similar elements. Therefore, the introduction of the proposed development into these views will not appear as uncharacteristic of the existing views. Local officers necessarily experienced with this landscape and visual amenity did not disagree, and they were clear against refusal on landscape/visual impact grounds. And since then, sir, as you'll know, the adjacent warehousing immediately to the north at Woodhurst Farm has come fully into being in its obviously non-rural way. Whilst the chimney would have some modest landscape and visual effects, that does not come close to justifying their refusal, and members should not have rejected officer's recommendation. The County Council's case has evolved from reason for refusal 1 to one based on industrialisation by reason of the chimney. That's a considerable stretch given what is already in the landscape. It also necessarily ignores the fact that based on the science, what a person seeing the chimney should think is that it's helping to achieve radical greenhouse gas reductions and other benefits, rather than that it is causing harm to their health through pollution. But it's the latter that governed the County Council's determination, which continues even on appeal. Perception of health, well-being, harm, sir, reason for refusal 2 should never have been resolved on by the Planning Committee. It's not merely that the National Planning Policy Framework is clear that local planning authorities should trust the Environment Agency to do its job through permitting, nor that the plan policy says nothing about perceived harm fear. It's that the application contained irrefutable scientific assessment from Dr. Owen that the proposals would not cause an adverse impact to health. And I quote the agreed matter that I won't go back to again with the County Council on that point. Respectfully, when considering the perception of fear that members of the public place before it, the Planning Committee not only failed to understand the development plan policies, they wrongly believed that the claimed perception meant policy conflict, but the committee also failed to apply itself to the essential question explained by high authority in the Smith and Secretary of State case as to whether the perception was even capable of being a material consideration at all, which is whether the fear had a reasonable basis, which necessarily included consideration of the scientific assessments placed before the County Council and the lack of objection from professional consultees. Given the agreement that the technical assessment work at application stage demonstrated the proposals would not have an adverse effect, one may validly ask whether there is any possible basis for the perception to be a material consideration. It surely can't be predicated on the basis that the County Council was not expected to read and understand the scientific materials placed before it. It's equally difficult to say it should be founded on the presumption that public were to be treated as not understanding what those materials said. But the position actually becomes worse for the County Council on appeal because the appellant has now provided through Dr. Owen yet further reassurance with further explanation of the precautionary nature of the approach taken. Despite this, the County Council has continued its flawed approach to perception, and it's apparent from its evidence it's given the Smith and Secretary of State test no consideration. But in any event, what matters most to the appellant, you won't be surprised to hear, so there is not whether as a matter of law the perception is or is not a material consideration, but that it is given the nil weight that is justified by the science. The County Council's officers treated this matter as neutral in the planning balance, and they were right to do so. And the County Council was starkly wrong in raising reason for refusal to, and is wrong in seeking to partially maintain it, having realised the fatal flaws in reason for refusal to. Dr. Owen can further explain matters orally to provide the public with additional reassurance. Other matters, sir. Most interested parties appear motivated by unfounded fear of harm to health / well-being from the HERF. And it's apparent that many make a direct but unjustified link between the site of the HERF chimney and harm to health well-being through pollution, as to which I see above. A number of interested parties are preoccupied by the idea of a regular large visible plume from the chimney, when the evidence shows the opposite, and in fact reminds us of the existing regular plumes from the windrows that the proposals would reduce. Some interested parties point to concerns regarding traffic impacts in terms of road safety, but there's no basis for those, as the technical report submitted at application stage and the response of the Highway Authority confirms. Various suggestions are made regarding the suitability of the appellant, and putting aside that this is quintessentially a matter for the environmental permitting regime, it is apparent that the particular event they point to, which is a fire in late 2018, early 2019, doesn't actually give them the basis for the argument they believe. And as regards complaints concerning consultation was in accordance with all relevant requirements and in fact went above and beyond. So in due course, sir, I, on behalf of the appellant, will respectfully invite you to recommend to the Secretary of State that the appeal be allowed. And I apologise because that's taken longer than I thought it would.
All understood. Thank you, Mr. Burton. I'd like to turn to Mr. Grant now, please.
The appeal comprises a parcel of approximately 8.91 hectares of land within a wider site, the Envar site, of approximately 18.5 hectares. The parties agree that the site lies within the countryside. The appeal is to be determined in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise, and there is therefore a statutory presumption in favour of the development plan. The development plan comprises the Huntingdonshire Local Plan, adopted in 2019, and the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Minerals and Waste Local Plan, adopted in 2011. The site is not designated as AONB, nor is it considered to be a valued landscape for the purposes of the NPPF. However, the fact that land comprises undesignated countryside does not mean, when it comes to development proposals, that anything goes. The majority of the Envar site is identified in the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Minerals and Waste Local Plan as a waste management area. Although a relatively small area within the appeal site is not part of the WMA, the Council do not take an in-principle objection to the development of the whole site for waste purposes. The principal element of the current operations on the Envar site is understood to be the composting of green and food waste, and there is, in addition, a waste transfer station on the site. Extant planning consents limit the quantity of waste that can be accepted at the site to 200,000 tonnes per annum. The Council relied at the application stage on independent consultants to advise them in respect of the environmental consequences of emissions. Based on that advice, the Council were and remain satisfied that there is no basis for a technical environmental objection in respect of emissions from the proposed development. Although officers recommended approval, members, having plainly familiarised themselves with the site and the surrounding area, and no doubt having considered the LVIA, that's the Landscape and Visual Impact Assessment, submitted by the applicant, as the appellant then was, exercised their own judgments to refuse planning permission for two reasons. In doing so, they sought to particularise the substance of their objections. Reason for refusal 1 related to the landscape and visual effects of the proposed chimney, adding through the cited policies a failure to recognise the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside. I should add to that the MPPF paragraph. Reason for refusal 2 related to a perception of health and well-being risks to local businesses and residents from the introduction specifically of the proposed healthcare waste energy recovery facility. However, the Council, in recognising the absence of a development plan policy basis for this concern, identifies this issue for the purposes of the appeal, not as a formal objection, but rather as a material consideration to be considered in the overall planning balance. Turning to what is now the sole reason for refusal advanced by the Council, the issue arises from the proposed chimney. This would be 26 metres high. To give that some everyday meaning, that is approximately the equivalent height of a 9-storey tower. It is, of course, pertinent to note that it would be very narrow in appearance, but nonetheless, in the Council's view, it would appear as a 9-storey industrial structure, which would be evident both in the immediate and wider landscape. It is a matter of agreement between the parties that the chimney would not be screened from its surroundings, even when the proposed landscaping has reached full maturity. The appellant submitted an LVIA at the application stage. This found the landscape impacts to be adverse and considered there to be adverse visual impacts on completion in all but one of the 11 viewpoints selected, 3 of which impacts were categorised by the appellant as major, moderate, adverse, and a further 6 as moderate adverse. This can be understood by reference to the LVIA's significance criteria, which describe moderate significance as effects that are likely to be important considerations at local level, and major significance as a very large or large change in environmental or socio-economic conditions, which are likely to be important considerations at a regional or district level. To assist in the appeal process, the Council have instructed an independent landscape architect, Paul Reynolds. He is highly experienced and respected in his field, as evidenced by his position on the design review panel for the South East, and as the current chair of the design review panels for administrative areas in London and Hertfordshire, respectively. His judgments are that in landscape terms, the proposed development would result in an industrialization effect, which would be of major moderate significance. As to visual impact, he found there to be adverse consequences in all of the LVIA viewpoints, 5 of which he regards as major moderate, and a further 4 as moderate. In bringing his professional judgments to the table, he has identified 3 further viewpoints where he considers there would be adverse effects. And in respect of one of these, which captures a viewpoint further south of the site than had been considered in the LVIA, the appellant agrees that the impact would be major, moderate, adverse. The experts agree that whilst fixed viewpoints are a useful aid, they are not a substitute for the kinetic experience of the area, and the inspector will no doubt be informed by his site visit when forming the judgments he makes for the purposes of his report. The experts on both sides agree that the scheme would have adverse effects in respect of both landscape character and visual impacts. Calling a spade, adverse effects means harm. In the Council's view, this will result in breaches of policies 17 of the MWLP and policies LP2 and LP10 of the local plan. On that basis, the council consider the proposal to amount to a breach of the development plan overall. That triggers a statutory presumption in favour of the development plan. The MPPF is, of course, a material consideration, and in the council's view, the scheme fails to recognise the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside in conflict with paragraph 180B. The council's approach to the perception of harm to health and well-being is measured and proportionate as expressed by its independent planning witness, Christopher Whitehouse. This is plainly a matter capable of being a material consideration, and the strength of that perception is evident from the representations made by third parties at both the application and appeal stages. Even though the council entirely accept the technical evidence that any risks are within acceptable tolerances, it is not difficult to see why and how the perception exists. In the council's view, that perception should not be entirely ignored, albeit that the council acknowledge that its weight in the planning balance is limited. Planning is always about balance, and the council continue to recognise that the proposal would bring with it a number of benefits. There appears to be no real issue between the parties as to the nature and scope of these benefits. The variation comes in the respective judgments made as to weight. In particular, the benefits are optimising the use of previously developed land that assists in net waste self-sufficiency, providing processes to move waste up the waste hierarchy, helping to support the transition to a low carbon future, weighed by the council together with the provision of solar panels, delivering co-location benefits, creating jobs, and providing biodiversity net gain. Ultimately, the weight to be given to these is a matter of planning judgment. The council consider that the appellant gives them too much weight. The appellant considers that the council do not give them enough weight. It's the council's position that the benefits are properly considered to be material considerations, but that they do not outweigh the conflict with the development plan, and that therefore the statutory presumption is not displaced. And accordingly, the council will submit that the appeal should be dismissed. So that's all I say by way of opening.
Thank you for those contributions. Okay, now that we've established those opening statements, there is an option to have an adjournment or start to hear firstly from some of the interested parties wishing to make statements. We've lost a little bit of time already, so what I'm proposing to do is start to hear from the interested parties and perhaps break off part of the way into that, have an adjournment. But I'd like to sort of press on for now, as it were. So in the order I read out earlier, I think I'd like to hear from the interested parties. So I think hearing from Mr. Vara, the Member of Parliament for North West Cambridgeshire, if you'd like to come forward, introduce yourself and make the points you'd like to make, please.
Good morning, sir, and thank you very much, Mrs. Shrigley, for allowing me the opportunity to speak this morning. May I start off by saying that in my nearly 19 years as the local Member of Parliament, this is one of the biggest community protests that I've experienced. And the people that are sitting behind me only represent a very tiny fraction of the number of people who are opposed to this planning application. I strongly oppose it because I believe it would damage the rural community and it would have a lasting impact. So you will have read my two submissions, and I will not repeat the many points therein, but I would like to emphasize just a small number of points. One of the key objection points is the visual impact. The proposed chimney has been referred to by the applicants as being of, quote, slender feature, unquote, and having a, quote, moderate visual impact. I would respectfully submit, sir, that a chimney that is 26 meters tall and over 1 meters, I believe counsel for the appellant said 1.7 meters wide, but whether it's 1 meter or 1.7 meters, the point is it is neither slender nor can it be said to have only a moderate visual impact. No form of landscaping can obstruct a structure of this size, and it will be visible for many miles, especially given the very flat landscape in the region. Such a chimney would be a material harm to the character and appearance of this beautiful rural setting. So there is a genuine fear as to the impact that the dioxins from the site will have on people's health and general well-being, as well as much anxiety regarding customer confidence with local businesses. And I would say that this outweighs the benefits that have been put forward by the appellants. That concern extends to local residents, businesses, including family businesses that have been operating for generations, a local nursery, which prides itself on emphasizing nature and outdoor activities, a traveler's site, a pig farm, fruit and vegetable farm, as well as egg farms. It's also important to note that there is a significant threat to the Raptor Foundation, which cares for birds, including rare birds of prey. We've heard arguments put forward about the environment and conservation. I would respectfully suggest that conservation includes rare birds that are endangered. I would also say that the Raptor Foundation is a place that not only attracts tourists, but is also a center that plays a huge role in helping and supporting adults with a range of special needs, helping them to flourish and grow as individuals. Local plans are very important when it comes to planning applications. As well as the increased local traffic, as far as the local plan is concerned, if this proposal goes through, there will be a number of contraventions to the local plan to 2036. These include the visual impact and the increased odor pollution, the increased noise pollution, and the increased light pollution. What is the point of having a local plan if it is simply to be ignored? It is worth noting, sir, that the executive leader of Huntingdonshire District Council, the then executive leader of Huntingdon District Council, Councillor Graham Bull, when the local plan was formally adopted in May 29, he said, and with your permission, sir, I will quote, "A strong community is one that is both mixed and integrated, where people feel they can influence decision-making and where people have a sense of pride to their community. This involves places where people want to live, work, and enjoy themselves, and where their needs are met. Empowering people to be actively engaged in their communities helps to strengthen community spirit, contributes to a good quality of life, and can reduce disadvantage and promote personal well-being. Strengthening communities is at the core of the Council's new local plan, and I'm confident that we can use this plan to achieve the right outcomes for residents and businesses alike." Sir, if this planning proposal goes through, it will completely go against the principles that I've just outlined, as articulated by the then leader of the council. The issue of consultation, I think, is very important. If you'll forgive me for saying so, counsel for the appellant lightly dismissed it, and it may well have adhered to minimum criteria. But at the planning committee hearing on 19th April 2023, councillors went out of their way and took the trouble to explain to the applicant the importance of public consultation. And I would suggest that having a consultation of 24 houses within a 1 mile radius ignores the 6,000 people living in the adjoining 3 villages who will also be impacted by this proposal. I think planning on consultation is very important, and I would respectfully suggest that it is hugely lacking in this instance. We all talk about the public having their say, and I hope you will agree that it is important that they do have their say. There are many other points, sir, that can be said against this application, and you will be aware of them, and no doubt council and others will expand on them over the next few days. I conclude by saying that the composting operation that began in 1965 as a mushroom composting facility has expanded hugely, and it has come a long way. In so doing, the local community have been very accommodating, but this is a step too far. The Secretary of State will decide on this appeal, and you, sir, will no doubt be making a recommendation. What I would say to the Secretary of State is that as he comes to his conclusion, I would urge him to think very carefully about the various threats that already exist to the rural way of life and to the rural community generally. Because if this planning application goes through, there will be a lasting negative impact on this particular community. And that is why, sir, I very much hope that he will reject this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vora. I'd like to call Mr. Steve Criswell, please.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, sir. Welcome to Cambridgeshire. So I've been the local district and county councillor for almost 20 years. And similar to our local MP, this is the single issue that has caused the most angst during the whole of that time. Residents have been alarmed that a business rural in nature converting manure into mushroom compost has been allowed to expand to such a level of industrial activity. The principle of existing use appears to provide an open door to unlimited expansion and diversification. This is not appropriate for this location, nor is it acceptable to the public. The latest proposals for the addition of a healthcare waste stream and an energy from waste incinerator would represent a significant industrialisation of the site beyond anything previously envisaged. It serves neither the public or the applicant to have such uncertainty about the acceptability of future expansion. I accept that when considering planning applications, we must focus on what's before us. However, surely policy planners and, with respect, the Inspectorate must consider when enough is enough. Is existing use and co-location a green light for unlimited growth? If this appeal is successful, it would appear so. There is much to be commended in the plans to improve processes and increase on-site sustainability. The appellant makes great play of this to support their appeal. However, it is not their aspiration that is being challenged, but the location and the effect on the landscape and the public. I would like to draw attention to my 3 main areas of concern. The first is sustainability, which touches on the appellant's reference to local waste need, and it is accepted that producing energy on site to be used on site is a good thing. However, the material for this proposal will not be present on site as part of an existing process. The required material will be imported from far and wide. It is hoped that 25% will be sourced within 40 kilometres. If that target is reached, That still leaves 75% being imported from anywhere in the country. The environmental impact of transporting healthcare waste long distances must be weighed against the benefits of co-location. Any resulting emissions will inevitably also be concentrated within a smaller area. We read that greening the NHS is now a priority, with aspirations to deal with clinical waste in-house. If the unpopular use of incineration is to continue, then surely smaller localised facilities would seem more appropriate. Comparison has inevitably been made, therefore, with hospital incinerators. These are utilising on-site material and operate at a more modest scale. Addenbrooke's Hospital, for example, burns a quarter of the material proposed for this site. The MVAR proposal is therefore a much more strategic facility, hence I assume the interest shown by the Secretary of State. This requires much greater consideration when identifying a suitable location. If considered alongside suitability of the road network, geographical source of waste, plus prevailing wind direction versus human habitation, it is hard to justify this as a suitable location. The second concern is landscape impact. We seem to be operating under the principle that the site is already an eyesore, so it matters little if that eyesore is increased. Referencing the officer report when this original application was presented to the Planning Committee, para 13.44, it is recognised that the proposed development would increase the prominence of the site from some viewpoints. Even with the landscape screening at full maturity, the proposed development would not be completely assimilated into the surroundings, and the site as a whole would remain a fairly prominent feature in the wider landscape. So officers' view at that time was that the planning balance erred on the side of acceptability. I disagreed, as did elected members on the Planning Committee and the public. We do not want a prominent feature in the wider landscape. Para 2121 of the same report, planning officers' opinion acknowledged the residual visual impact as a clearly negative aspect of the proposed development. They considered it needs to be afforded appropriate weight in the planning balance. Again, that balance was open to question and officers' opinion challenged. That difference of interpretation will always include a subjective element, which is why it is essential to involve the democratic process. And this also extends to the Minerals and Waste Local Plan, to which I refer. Policy 17, brackets F, development must be sympathetic to local character and history, including the surrounding built environment and landscape setting. I fail to see how a 26-metre chimney is in any way sympathetic to the rural area. A detrimental impact on local landscape character is, in my view, inevitable. Also from the Minerals and Waste Plan, Policy 18, development must not result in unacceptable adverse impact on the amenity of nearby occupiers of any land or property, including A, risk of harm to human health or safety, and D, unacceptable overbearing. Both these elements lead to the third area of contention, and that's perception of harm to health and well-being. The contributory factors are that this is not unique to this area. Incineration is a contentious issue nationwide. That fact alone generates anxiety. Assurance of complying with national standards does not instill complete confidence. It relies on the competence of the operator and the robustness of monitoring and enforcement. Whilst awarding permits and monitoring emissions sits outside the planning process, confidence in the Environment Agency to protect the public is low. No one, including Public Health England, has been able to guarantee that emissions from incinerators are 100% safe. In addition to the landscape impact, the incinerator chimney will inevitably act as a prominent finger in the sky, pointing and constantly reminding local people of those negative elements above. So, sir, the result of those contributory factors are that an element of risk will be introduced into everyday lives of local residents. They have made it absolutely clear they find this unacceptable. A lack of customer confidence will risk the viability of nearby businesses, including fruit farms, egg producer, children's nursery and bird sanctuary. This is also a breach of the Minerals and Waste Plan Policy 18, brackets unacceptable adverse impact to the amenity of nearby occupiers of land or property. The psychological intrusion into the local human environment will blight the lives of many residents and cause anguish. This represents an unacceptable overbearing effect that Policy 18 of the Minerals and Waste Plan seeks to avoid. Overbearing can be psychological as well as physical. And sir, this concern is real. So I'm disappointed that the counsel for the appellant dismisses that so easily. Lack of understanding goes both ways. So health should not just be viewed through the lens of harmful emissions that sit outside the planning arena. The mental health impacts of anxiety caused by the imposition of such a facility should not be underestimated and must be a material planning consideration. The finger in the sky could soon be viewed by those living and working nearby as the barrel of a gun playing Russian roulette with their health and well-being. Faced with the prospect of allowing the perceived risk to be imposed on the lives of residents, elected members on the planning committee said no, and as the locally elected member at district and county level, sir, I agree with their decision. So I implore you to recommend this appeal be dismissed. Thank you.
All understood, thank you. I've got Andy Notman as the next person. If you'd like to introduce yourself and who you represent, please.
Hi, I'm Andy Notman. I'm Chair of Woodhurst Parish Council. And so as Chair of the Council, I wish to comment on behalf of my council and the residents of Woodhurst with reference to the proofs of evidence supplied by the appellant in regard to the visual aspects of the proposal. With regard to section 3.7 of the Heritage Impact Statement, this states that Woodhurst Conservation Area and the Envar site have very limited intervisibility. Intervisibility is not really the issue, but the visibility of the site from the eastern end of Woodhurst, which is a conservation area. It is true that in most of the conservation area, we are unable to see the Envar site, but limited visibility suggests that there is some visibility, and so the outlook from some parts of the conservation area will be changed by the building of an incinerator and chimney. Section 5.2 also states that the elevated chimney would not have any impacts on the conservation area of Woodhurst because of the distance involved. I would suggest that if we can see it, then there must be some visual impact. Moving on to the proof of evidence from Catherine Bean regarding the visual impact of the proposed site, sections 1.3.12 and 3.1.22 both reference the newly built sheds at Woodhurst Farm and how they are somehow more intrusive than the proposed 26-metre chimney at the Envar site. The application for these sheds was considered by Woodhurst Parish Council at the time, and we resolved not to object to the application since they were downhill from the higher point on the horizon where Envar is situated, and so would be less visible from the outskirts of Woodhurst than the existing Envar site. Section 6.2.1 also references the water towers at Bluntisham and notes that they can be seen at some distance. This is true and includes parts of Woodhurst, including on the footpath to the moated area northeast of Manor Farm. It is a fact that the water towers at Bluntisham are roughly the same height as the proposed chimney, but they are almost twice the distance from Woodhurst. Water towers are an integral part of a countryside landscape, and we have many in the surrounding area. I feel that to consider the appearance of a 26-metre chimney in a rural setting as acceptable because of the presence of water towers a mile away, somewhat surprising. In section 4.3.14 of her report, Mrs. Bean has referenced viewpoint D. I cannot be sure exactly where this viewpoint is, but certainly the existing Envar buildings are prominent on the horizon from points along the southern footpath from Woodhurst to St Ives, known as Butt Lane. This may well be further away from the village itself, but it is a well-used route for walkers, and the chimney will be easily visible from this footpath and will ultimately spoil the vista across open fields. The existing Envar buildings look like large farm buildings, but the proposed application will industrialise the site and will be visible for miles around. In summary, sir, the village and parish council of Woodhurst wish to highlight that any incinerator and its chimney will affect the outlook both from within the Woodhurst conservation area and from the footpaths which run from it across open countryside. The site is totally unsuitable for an incinerator, and respectfully, I urge you to recommend dismissal of this appeal.
Okay, we're making good progress. It's nearly 11:30. I think it's a suitable time for an adjournment, so I'm going to break there and we'll reconvene and hear from the remaining interested parties when we come back. So I'm going to call an adjournment for, I'm going to say 20 minutes, just so everyone can just have a refreshment. And then reconvene just after that, and unless the advocates have got any objections to that. No. So the inquiry is adjourned. We'll reconvene in 20 minutes. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. The inquiry is resumed. We're going to carry on hearing from interested parties now. I might have to slightly go out of order based on individual circumstances. So I'm going to largely refer to the order I've referred to, but I'm going to bring forward there's a lady added to the list, Jean Fairburn, I believe. If you'd like to come forward, introduce yourself, who you represent, and make the points you wish to make, please.
Hello. My name is Jean Fairbairn. I'm a retired flute teacher from St Ives and a concerned resident. I represent myself as such. I would like to say that much has been made of the adverse effects on health that's perceived. And I'm saying that it's actually real because I've been in hospital for lung cancer and had some of my lung removed. And I have lived at the bottom of Somersham Road, which is down the bottom of the hill from the Enver site, since 1979, having come up from the southern state of Guildford. So I've been there a long time. Anyway, this perceived harm to health is real. There was a fire, I'm not sure if you remember, from New Year 2019 that burned uncontrolled for 2 months, which is a very long time. People in the area had to shut their windows, shut their doors, and lived an inside life, really. But it's not only smoke and smells, odour. There are the hill up to the site goes through St Ives, and the delivery times for the site are from 5 o'clock in the morning till 10 at night, which means that lorries trundle through sleepy St Ives at 4:30 a.m. How did that come about? It came about through a section 73, or permitted development permit, if you like, which was passed by Huntingdon District Council. And in fact, Huntingdon District Council have forgotten St Ives. You've heard about the mineral people, if you like, who have designated the site as a waste site, but they're the only ones who have. It is, and was up to 2005, designated by Huntingdon District Council planners themselves as residential. There's because it's an old mushroom farm, there are a couple of Thai cottages across the road. I have a friend who lives in one, and she has plastic particles hanging off her roof. And the thing about amenity and good for St Ives is that if this goes ahead and there's a burning of all sorts of rubbish, like most PPE is toxic because it's plastic based, as you know. Also, there's horse manure brought in from Newmarket. And when you talk about the circular economy and recycling and moving up the chain, what is the point of horse manure from Suffolk making St Ives roses grow? Why not make their own Suffolk roses grow? Also, They must have the longest delivery times in the country. I know of no other site, if you like, in the country that will operate from 5 o'clock in the morning till, thank you, getting further away, 5 o'clock in the morning till 10:30 at night. In fact, the industrialisation of that site has been an unholy alliance between Huntingdon District Council and the Environment, and it's permitting industrial permits. As you're all aware, Huntingdon District Council waved through these applications on a Section 73, and the Environment Agency get their money. The income is generated from companies like Envar, why not, taking advantage. And so a mushroom farm that was a nuisance to everyone became an industrial site with no debate, all behind closed doors. And the main thing I want to talk about is about health. It's not a material condition because it's perceived, but it's not perceived. I've never smoked anything, even a roll-up, from birth. And I'm an ex-flute teacher who used to rely on her lungs for a living, who can no longer do it. So all I'm putting myself forward is there is cause and effect. I'm not saying Envar alone have caused my condition, but there are no monitoring stations, if you like, in St Ives. They all cluster around Huntingdon Ring Road. St Ives has largely been forgotten. And also, how can the granting of one application for Envar see the destruction of so many other businesses, long established? And I'm saying that I do think, I'm not sure of the legality of the mineral people in Peterborough saying that it is a waste site. It is rural agricultural land. It says so in all the ancient, if you like, designations of land use. It's the wrong use of land, and it should be thrown out. That's really what I've got to say.
The next speaker I've got is Natasha Marco. We are working to about 5 minutes. We are about half an hour behind on the schedule, but I believe you want a bit longer than that. So, okay. If you'd like to introduce yourself, please.
I'm here from the Community Action Group POWI, representing nearly 3,500 residents and businesses. You will hear our concerns regarding health and well-being impact from my colleague John Marsh and Kim Moosey. I will address other critical concerns to demonstrate how the negative impacts relating to this proposal far outweigh the claimed benefits. Firstly, visual impact. We adopt the Cambridgeshire County Council's evidence on landscape harm. We are greatly concerned how this small-scale agricultural site has intensified over the years, as attested by the appellant. The proposed development is visually intrusive and incongruent to the agricultural surroundings. The stack will be visible in many directions, providing a new vertical dominant view in the skyline. In addition to the 2 grounds on which the application was initially declined, there are a number of other material planning considerations. Traffic. The proposal will have a hugely negative impact on the local communities through the increase in HGV and LGVs. The appellant's traffic impact study is inadequate, using data from the COVID period, which was artificially and temporarily low. In addition, the study fails to account for the increase in traffic from LGVs associated with medical waste, not covered by the current HGV volume restrictions. This would mean around 25,000 additional road journeys a year. Finally, it would have been pertinent for the appellant to have conducted an updated traffic study for this appeal, which they have failed to do. Environmental impact. We question whether the proposed use of medical waste as part of this incineration process is sustainable. The Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Minerals and Waste Local Plan requires proposals to be assessed against the overarching principle of whether they will play an active role in guiding development towards sustainable solutions, taking into account any impacts on human health and well-being. In the appellant's carbon assessment, it is stated that the facility would release 15,739 tonnes of fossil CO2 each year from the combustion of waste feedstock and an additional 4,400 tonnes from the combustion of auxiliary fuel. This equates to more than 20,000 tonnes of CO2 a year, not including the CO2 associated with transporting material to and from the site. There are obvious direct benefits in releasing this quantity of CO2. The benefits put forward by the appellant are far less certain and should be assessed on the constituent parts and decoupled from necessarily requiring an incinerator. Finally, the release of such large quantities of CO2 is not consistent with either CCC policies nor the National Planning Policy Framework in relation to climate change and the shifting of generation from heat to clean and renewable sources. Lack of need. We highlight a lack of need for such a proposal. This is clearly at odds with the CCC Minerals and Waste Local Plan. The appellant has repeatedly failed to demonstrate that this is an exceptional circumstance, nor is there any clear need. Our assessment of the statistics is that current incinerator capacity within the region already exceeds demand. And indeed, I agree with Councillor Criswell in that the NHS has a clear strategy to transform the management of clinical waste by eliminating unnecessary waste. A specific action to achieve this is through NHS ownership and control of its own processing assets on site. Co-location. We question whether the further intensification of this waste management facility at this rural site conforms with the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Minerals and Waste Local Plan. We challenge that the range of activities proposed will benefit from co-location at this isolated rural site. On the contrary, these activities have little interrelationship and would be better dispersed across a range of more suitable locations. Finally, track record. We would challenge the competence of the appellant to appropriately manage such a potentially harmful site. The site already causes great distress to the local community through traffic, odour, noise, and flies, with numerous complaints being made. Their lack of concern for the residents can be seen through their approach to initial communications, using a methodology that conveniently excluded many homes. Finally, we note the calculated use of technical language in the appellant's original informational material, serving to obscure the true nature of the proposal. Taking our concerns regarding the perception of risk, landscape impact, and other material points, we conclude that the planning harm significantly outweighs any claimed benefits. For this reason, we urge you, Sir Inspector, to recommend to the Secretary of State that this application be refused.
All points understood. I've got, apologies if I mispronounced this, I've got Ian Rawls, I believe, on the list. No, it's not. Right. So I'm going to take it nobody wants to speak in his place. Is that right? He has, yeah. So I'm going to move on then to Colin Hammond, please.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Colin Hammond. I'm here really for selfish reasons that I hope you'll grasp. I spend a lot of time at the Raptor Foundation. A number of reasons. I'm a keen photographer. They've got some beautiful birds, but mainly because it's flat. And I know we're in the fence, but there's nowhere in the centre that I can't get to. And as you can see, I've got some mobility issues. Everywhere's accessible for me. I can get wherever I want. The staff there know me. And apart from that, I have some mental issues, some mental health issues, and the park is it's safe, and it's my safe place. The reason that I wanted to speak today is because what's not apparent is the work that goes on there, obviously with the birds, but also with additional needs, young people. There's a group that come weekly that are allowed to interact with the birds, that are allowed to do things that they wouldn't normally be able to do. And they got a dedicated member of staff that supervises, and the benefits of that can be seen. There's one individual who's normally non-verbal, and since he's been coming along and the assistant has been with him, he now speaks to the assistant, not often, not long conversations, but from somebody that's non-verbal, that feels safe and secure in an environment that they love. I think that goes a long way. We've also got, right at the moment, there are Duke of Edinburgh students that have come to have work experience there as part of their course. And we get work experience students that come regularly. The centre is, as I've said, a really, really safe place. It's the place where both myself and other relatives with similar issues can go. If we want to wander off and be on our own, then the staff are tolerant of that. If we are quite happy to be with other people, then the staff are tolerant with that as well. The centre provides a touchstone to so many lives that it's not immediately obvious just exactly what else is happening there. Young people's creativity, these additional needs young people, that they just flourish. And there are people that will speak that are infinitely more qualified than I am, but even I can see that the birds will not thrive there. The birds will be curtailed. There will be things that they can no longer do if the site or the project is allowed to progress. And that will mean that people like me, and I need to go regularly just to get myself back on an even keel. People like me, people like the additional needs youngsters, people like the Duke of Edinburgh award scheme students, the work experience students, there's nowhere else locally that they can go. There's nowhere else that I can go, which is where the selfish side comes in. I appreciate all of the other arguments against this project. I really, really do. But I'm appealing from me, from me and for the youngsters that have similar requirements and similar needs. And I'd ask you to recommend that the project doesn't go ahead. And I know from your earlier statements that you said that you're going to be going to have a look at the site and the area. Could I urge you to go and look at the Raptor Foundation on a Wednesday and look at the faces of some of the youngsters that come along and just see the value that the place has? It will not survive the project being built directly opposite on the opposite side of the road.
I take on board your points and your requests for the site visit. I'm not going to engage on that too much now because we're going to sort that out later on in the inquiry. But I hear what you're saying, and yeah, I've noted that.
Thank you, sir.
So yeah, thanks for your contributions. Thank you. I've got Helen Thatcher, then John Marsh.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. My name is Helen Thatcher. I live in Blundersham and I am opposed to the MVAR proposals. It is very easy to get bogged down in technicalities. What's the saying? You can't see the wood for the trees. However, as a magistrate, I always tried to focus on fact. And these are the important points as I see them. MVAR Composting Limited is part of a large group of companies with one holding company and one person in charge. The Woodhurst recycling site is already one of the largest in the UK, and they deem it to be their flagship site. It is set on the Heath, which is the highest point in a rural area, and these proposals are far in excess of like-for-like site improvement. Looking at visual impact, what protection do communities have in situations like this? Planners have guidelines, and the Huntingdonshire Design Guide 2017 states the relationship between buildings and spaces determines the success of a place to live, work, and visit. A trip to the site, known locally as the Mushroom Farm, reveals that it is indeed large, but looks more agricultural than anything else, with a variety of buildings, some of which are in a derelict state. This site is not in a hollow or in a valley. It's not at the end of a little used road or discreetly hidden in a wood. Indeed, this site is at the top of one of the few hills that we have in this area, in a position of real prominence. There is little prospect of hiding it. Per the Woodland Trust website, there aren't any native trees that could hide the 85-foot tower, not in mine or your children's lifetime. But the objections are not focused alone on the chimney, but on the size of all of the buildings taken together. The appellant claims that it would have a modest landscape and visual effect. But why did a subsidiary of a large multinational company choose this site over others in the group and fail to realise the implications of a construction so large, nor appreciate the likely visual impact of it set on high ground? No one was prepared for the sheer size and height of the plant, and it appears out of balance with the space around it. Few people by choice would want to live or work in its vicinity. A reasonable interpretation of the HTC guidelines easily concludes that these plans would impact the character and continued success of this area and should be everything that the planners are trying to avoid. In my opinion, there is strong argument to still refuse the plans on the basis of visual impact. What we pass on to future generations really matters. Point 2, perceived harm to well-being and health. Again, in the HDC plan, it quotes, the council wants to see high quality, well-designed buildings and places that lift the spirits. The existing site does not enjoy a positive reputation with locals. There are problems, it doesn't look tidy, there are periodic smells, litter down the roads, and locals cannot forget the major fire, which burned uncontrollably for weeks. Improvements are welcomed, but the extent of the proposed changes was a shock, particularly the inclusion of an incinerator, and people are very worried. The appellant states that Cambridgeshire County Council has an, quote, unfounded perception of harm, but that is not true. In reality, it is not so. The appellant claims that this is an industrial area. That is not so. It implies that impact is acceptable. That is not so. People living here will find that extremely hurtful and hard to accept. The significant villages of Woodhurst, Needingworth, Somersham, Bluntsham and Colne are close by, as is the town of St Ives. Local business owners next to the plant are stressed, and is it any wonder? They survived the devastating effect of COVID, invested huge resources to recover, endured the energy crisis, and yet here is another obstacle to threaten their survival. The Reptor Centre, the egg farm, local fruit farms with their vast historic orchards, and the Burley Hill Farm Complex are ones just close by. There are excellent facilities at the Raptor Centre, as you've just heard. One fruit farm partners with local schools to provide educational trips, and the information huts set in the trees are an excellent form of enrichment. It would be most upsetting if these facilities had to close. One defining characteristic of all of these is that they function outside. Who will visit to buy eggs or fruit or see birds of prey or camp out close to a large industrial plant? Like it or not, incinerators have received much criticism nationally, and those thoughts stay in people's minds. Without customers, a business will fail. The brutal economic reality is that jobs will be lost and future development stifled. I know that many have felt their voices have not been easily heard. Many are extremely worried about the impact of even more traffic on a road network which often lacks capacity, especially in times of controlled flooding. In very recent closure again of the Irish Bridge, I think it is even today, on the A1123, it is a prime example of it being forcing all the traffic back through St Ives instead. More are deeply concerned about any potential impact on the air quality, particularly as this plant is supposed to be, according to NVAR, the first plant of its kind. This is all evidence that these plans are contrary to the ethos of the HDC guide and would be too high a price to pay. People's health and well-being is and will continue to be negatively impacted upon. We have all seen in the national press the impact on individuals when they feel powerless to speak out and act against a perceived injustice. Many will not come forward, yet they have the same right of protection, and it's the duty of this inquiry to act for them too. The strength of the opposition is evidenced by the 3,400 people who are members of the Powie Action Group, and I pay tribute to the team's hard work and absolute dedication in standing against a development which is not right for our neighbourhood. Concluding findings at this inquiry matter. In my opinion, the impact of these proposals will be irreparable, with untold implications for well-being, permission should still be denied. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. John Marsh now, please, and then we'll hear from Kim Moosey after that.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, okay. Hiya. Dear Inspector, my name is John Marsh and I'm speaking today as a representative of people opposing Woodhurst Incinerator. Our solicitor confirmed that the perception of risk can be a material consideration as confirmed by the inspector in the pre-inquiry meeting note. We lodged our first objection to the application in September 2021 through our environmental solicitors, and this is in your records. We've had the benefit of our solicitor to help us prepare today. The funds were raised by local residents in difficult times, which shows the public support that we have. We are deeply concerned that many of the residents in the surrounding area of the proposed development have families with young children, young adults and older family members, some of whom we've heard from today, who are all sensitive receptors. And we have significant genuine evidence-based concerns about a medical waste incinerator on this site because of impacts to our health, and we already experience odour problems as a result of the existing operations at the site. In our September 2021 letter and 2023 statement, we said we are very concerned about the potential health implications caused by increased pollution levels that will arise from the site. That remains our concern, and it was on this basis that the County Council Planning Committee members refused the application on two grounds, one being perceived risk of harm to health. We appreciate now that the Council is not pursuing this reason for refusal at this appeal, but we consider it highly material to your decision whether this is the right location for this medical waste facility, given the proximity of residents and other facilities in our community, such as Silk Farm Nursery School, where our children go to, and farms where we buy locally grown produce. Our solicitor has concluded there is a genuine factual basis for this believed harm that outweighs the benefits of an incinerator in this location. A number of sensitive receptors near the site have been identified. As I said before, Silk Farms Nursery School and Preschool, just 800 metres away from the site. There are a number of farms and local farm shops in the area which sell produce to local residents. Colnheath Farm, 230 metres away from the site, Cuckoo Bridge Nursery and Farm Shop, 1.5 kilometres away. There are also other businesses close by, such as the Raptor Centre, we've heard about that previously, which houses rare birds 300 metres away, and Johnson's of Oldhurst, which operates as a butcher's and farm shop and houses exotic animals in its zoological gardens just 2 kilometres away. There are also a number of residential properties nearby, including 2 homes under 500 metres away, a traveller's site 400 metres away, and the site is in close proximity to a number of local villages and towns such as Woodhurst and St Ives. Kim Moosey will talk about air quality, but I'm just going to mention today the stack height, doubts around that, and the effect of jobs as well. Stack height is irrelevant for our opposition to this development in terms of emissions and visual impact. Our solicitor is not aware of any systematic stack height calculation having been undertaken, and the County Council's planning consultants noted that the assessment does not contain an evaluation of the optimum stack height, and therefore it is not possible to determine whether the 26-metre high stack height for the HERF is appropriate. The appellant confirmed that no stack height analysis has been undertaken in its detailed response to concerns raised over the air quality impact of the proposed changes to operations at Envar Composting Limited, Huntingdon, February 2022. A stack height considered acceptable for a planning application may be different to a stack height acceptable for permitting. Due to the disparity between planning, appropriate land use, and permitting minimal harm in consideration of the cost to the operator, a planning application should be confident that the stack height is appropriate, but this has not been evidenced. If the appeal is allowed with a landscape assessment of a stack of 26 metres, but then at the permitting stage, the Environment Agency requires a stack height greater than 26 metres with the consequence of far greater serious landscape impacts that will not have been evaluated and so will require further planning applications to vary the approval sought by this appeal. Also, our solicitor observes that Envar have abandoned the Environment Agency permitting process it originally committed to. A final point about jobs. The appellant claims 22 new jobs will be created. I believe that some of these include temporary positions.
We've calculated that at least 53 existing jobs could be jeopardized, largely due to stigmatization. You've heard from some of the concerns from local businesses today, also, been handed into you before documentation. This gives a net potential loss in the local community of 29 local jobs. Most of these are related to childcare, which is desperately needed in the area, wildlife preservation, and local food production in a traditionally and predominantly agricultural area. Thanks very much for listening to me today and some of the reasons that I've outlined for refusal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So it's Kim Moosey. And then we'll hear from Phil Spate after that.
Oh, there we go.
That's it.
Thank you. My name is Kim, and I'm speaking today as a representative of POWI. Our law and air quality consultant have helped prepare this for us today. The planning process considers whether a site is suitable for its proposed use, whereas environmental permitting aims to minimise the risk of environmental harm due to a facility, not result in zero harm. The assumption is that the Environment Agency will grant a permit, but there may need to be changes to the design. Both planning and environmental permitting considers compliance with air quality standards as general proxies for protection of the general population, including vulnerable groups. However, planning should also consider a wider range of issues, including the health impact on the local population. Achieving a standard does not mean there will be no health effect. The appellant gives the impression the Environmental Agency is a regulator. They ignore the different role of the planning system. For example, in the health and wellbeing impacts evidence in paragraph 3.1, the studies undertaken by me each have their basis in a recognised methodology that is approved and can be verified by the environmental regulator, in this case, the Environment Agency. There are many other examples, including in paragraph 3.28, such studies are reviewed by the Environment Agency's in-house modelling experts, and where necessary, further detail is requested and additional studies can be required. The Planning Authority is the regulator for planning, and they must have the evidence to be satisfied this is an appropriate location for the development. They should not rely on the EA scrutinising the application after planning consent has been given. To our knowledge, a council does not have in-house modelling experts, which the appellant relies on to justify their methodologies. With regards to the belief health effect, looking at the coroner investigating Ella Abdu Kissy Deborah's death, it concluded in 2021 she died of asthma contributed to by the exposure of levels of pollution in excess of the World Health Organization air quality guidelines. He continued, and I quote, "There was no dispute at the inquest that atmospheric air pollution is a cause of many thousand premature deaths every year in the UK. He also noted that the national limits for particulate matters are set at a level far higher than the World Health Organization air quality guidelines. When the government set the air quality objectives, they took account of technical and economic factors as well as the health evidence available at the time. The World Health Organization air quality guidelines are solely based on the health evidence. The long-term air quality objectives, also known as standards, are the same as the 2005 World Health Organization air quality guidelines for nitrogen dioxide, but they're 200% higher than the World Health Organization air quality guidelines for particulate matter. The objectives are now 400% higher than the 2021 World Health Organization air quality guidelines for all three pollutants and therefore offer little protection. Compliance with the air quality objectives does not mean there will be no health impact. Public Health England stated in 2018, and I quote, "Further reduction of PM, particulate matter or nitrogen dioxide concentrations below air quality standard is likely to bring additional health benefits." So given the coroner's conclusion and the publicity it received and that health effects occur below the objectives, it's not surprising that local residents believe there to be a health risk of the development. A health impact assessment dated June 2021 was submitted with a planning application, later replaced by human health risk assessment. That's version 2, dated January 2022, which considers the health risk due to deposition of pollutants, contaminants getting into the food system. The health impacts of nitrogen dioxide and particulate matters are not included in the health impact assessment or the human health risk assessment. We have reviewed the submissions and our lawyers cannot seem to find where the DEFRA stance on air quality and health has been referenced. According to DEFRA, Public Health England and Local Government Association, and I quote, "There is no safe level for particulate matter while nitrogen dioxide is associated with adverse health effects at concentrations at and below the legal limits." Although we are not a Rule 6 party and should not introduce new evidence, we do feel that the DEFRA stance should not be admitted from this inquiry. A clear concern is the impact of the emissions both from the incinerator itself as well as associated increased traffic movements. In the environmental statement addendum Appendix 2, the appellant confirms that there will be in a total, and I quote, "a total increase of approximately 27% on the current 2020 movements. This additional traffic will contribute to declining air quality." The appellant's opinion is summarised in the evidence in the proof of health and wellbeing impact in paragraph 2.24, and I quote, "I consider that the fact that the professional consultee is concerned precisely with issues associated with the health and wellbeing of the local population and the wider environment did not object to the scheme based on evidence provided throughout the planning process confirms that this perception of harm is ill-founded." So this takes a very narrow view of health impacts. The air quality assessment related purely to compliance with standards and not the potential for non-threshold harm to occur, so i.e. the fact that harm can occur below the standards. Where are the considerations of the non-threshold health effects due to particulate matter? The appellant introduces examples of similar facilities and the potential perceived harm and wellbeing proofs of evidence. We request you discount those examples on the grounds that they are not equivalent sites based on waste load and proximity to sensitive receptors. Addenbrookes Hospital incinerator processes 62% less waste versus the appellant's proposed tonnage per annum, while Clinitec Malvern is 25% and Novus Environmental is 38% less respectively. Clinitec Stoke is not within close proximity to sensitive receptors such as farms and nurseries, all very close by. So I'd like to thank you for your time, Inspector, and I'm certain you'll take into everything we've said into account today. Thank you.
Thank you. Phil Spate, please. It's just the middle button.
Okay. Can everyone hear me? Thank you very much. Good morning to you, sir. We've heard from experts, but they or anyone around this table lives near the MVAR plant. I do, only half a mile away on the B1040. I presented my objections to the previous planning application on the 19th of April 2023, of which I have a copy here, and I hope that you will take that into consideration. I want to challenge MVAR's previous submission on how many vehicles will be discharging waste at the plant, let alone the extra construction traffic if their planning application is upheld. MVAR's vehicle movements were recorded during COVID where, as we all know, vehicle movement was low. I challenged this as a resident living next to the B1040. This road was never intended to take 40-ton articulated lorries. The roundabouts are too small. The edges of the road have been broken away because there is insufficient room for large articulated lorries to pass safely as they approach each other. Furthermore, there have been 13 people killed on this stretch of road, and recently I've witnessed MVAR lorries using the residential ring road along Hill Rise and Marley Road as a rat run. Although my previous submission was predominantly complaining about the extra traffic and all the noise and air pollution that brings, I've now had time to research more fully into the disastrous effects of which incinerating medical waste can bring. In most studies, these eminent scientists conclude that the incineration of medical products produce toxins in the atmosphere like lead, arsenic, mercury, beryllium, dioxides, and furans, all of which are cancerous. Many countries have now banned the building and use of medical waste incinerators. As far as the World Health Authority is concerned, this violates my human rights to breathe good quality air. Additionally, the Clean Air Act of 1956 should be invoked. If this appeal is upheld, these rights will be taken away. Furthermore, if this appeal is upheld, who's going to pay any compensation to the undoubted devaluation of my and other residents' properties? I have no confidence in MenVar for the following reasons. They had an uncontrolled fire for several days, loud noises of machinery late at night, a report of a man that died on site. No consultation was ever given to me, and I only live half a mile away. Infestation of flies. And I will leave you with this, which was at 11 o'clock one night.
Just want to know why this machinery and JCB is working at 11 o'clock at night nearly, when it should be from 6 in the morning till 6 in the evening. So here comes the JCB loading or unloading, whatever it's doing. So I want to know why this is happening when the license is from 6 till 6.
And just one final one, which is this. This is the thin edge of the wedge. Once they get a planning provision, I just think that it will be, for the local residents, a disaster. Thank you for listening, and I hope you come down on our side. Thank you.
It is oral submissions and the written submissions that I was focusing on. I wasn't expecting a audio playback. I would just lay down a marker that I'm not encouraging that to be done on any other submissions. I've let it go at the moment, but yeah, I'd encourage people not to do that. I'd like to hear from Alison Hodges, please.
Because of time constraints. My name is Alison Hodges. I object to this proposed and call for the appeal to be dismissed. My primary reason for objecting to proposed development is the detrimental effect it will have on the Birds of Prey Hospital at the Raptor Foundation on St Ives Road. Representatives of the Raptor Foundation will give you expert information on their work and the effect on their bird hospital. I am speaking as a lay interested person. I'm here to urge you to give priority to the Bird of Prey Hospital and its important role in protecting bird species biodiversity locally when making your decision or your recommendation. The government itself has acknowledged how nature depleted the UK is. The Environment Agency's Working Nature Report 2022 and by enacting the Environment Act 2021. The crucial role played by the Raptor Foundation and the Birds of Prey Hospital must therefore be given significant weight. Local authorities are now required to adopt a local nature recovery strategy. Cambridgeshire and Peterborough local nature recovery strategy is at a consultation stage, but I urge you to take into account that when adopted, the strategy will, according to Cambridgeshire County Council, integrate local nature recovery strategies into the planning system and will prioritise species for recovery or enhancing biodiversity in the strategy area. This development is too significant not to be given the full weight of the Environment Act 2021 protections just because of the timings of the planning application and the local nature recovery strategy programme. I'm going to also refer to policy 18 of the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Minerals and Waste Plan, which refers to the amenity considerations and not having a negative impact on local businesses and existing organisations. And I specifically refer to the Raptor Foundation in this. You've heard earlier from the important role that the Raptor Foundation plays in the local community, and I want to second that. I'm going to cry. Sorry. I want to refer specifically to the important role the Raptor Foundation has in educating young people about bird species and the importance of biodiversity, and the importance that the Raptor Foundation has in helping young people feel empowered, to express their own love for birds and nature. My own daughter volunteered at the Raptor Foundation for 6 years. She was home educated, so she doesn't have A levels. And on the basis of her experience at the Raptor Foundation, was accepted into university on the basis of that experience. And she now has a first-class honours degree and is working directly with the conservation of endangered species. This is exactly the sort of experience that we as a society should be supporting for young people's future. And the Raptor Foundation directly provides those experiences. For the record, I wish to state I am unable to stay at the appeal for more than one day, as my other daughter has learning difficulties. I have caring responsibilities. This in no way reflects the importance I attach to this appeal and does not in any way lessen the strength of my feelings on this matter. I urge you to listen to Mrs. Blows from the Raptor Foundation and to give due weight to policy 18 of the Minerals and Waste Plan. Thank you.
I think there's about 4 people left to speak. I've got Elizabeth Blows, Philippa Hope, and Lorna Watkins. If we could hear from you in that order. Oh, sorry. Simon Bluff, sorry. Yeah. Do you want to come forward first? Yeah.
Afternoon, everyone. Simon Bluff here from Bruce Bluff and Sons. It's the egg farm 500 meters from the MBAR site. We're a free range unit and they roam and eat a lot of soil and vegetation on the site. I've got 3 letters here, one from the British Egg Industry Council with concerns about the incinerator, one from Bird Brothers, my packer, concerned about the incinerator, and one from Noble Foods, my old packer, who was very concerned about dioxins in 2013 because of fallout from Germany and the Netherlands. I know we're not talking about what it could possibly do because the health issues have been kind of glossed over a little bit. What I'm concerned about is the perceived threat to my business. We have egg vending machines at the top of the road. They sell to the local public and very popular. I have been told by the local populace that they will not be buying my eggs if this incinerator goes up. Obviously, we don't know what's going to come out and what's going to be threatening them, but the perceivement is that my eggs will no longer be safe. Obviously, I've just shown you my auditing body and my supermarket have not got confidence in my product if this goes ahead. This is going to affect a local business. It will affect other local businesses. It will also stop investment in the local area because of the perceived threat. I heard earlier immediate surroundings that are not quintessentially rural and tranquil in character. I find that quite offensive, considering I farm next door and have done a huge amount to plant trees and improve the area, as many other farmers have done. On a personal note, I live with my 2 children on the farm and take it very, very badly that this has been entertained in the first place. And it is affecting already local business. It is not fair and it should be thrown out. That's all I've got to say.
All understood. I've got, we went out to sync slightly. Does Elizabeth Blows want to speak? Blows, apologies.
Right. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I am Liz Blows, founder and CEO of the Raptor Foundation. I feel devastated that I find myself here today on behalf of the charity to fight again for our survival. The survival of 142 birds of prey, 70 reptiles, our conservation work, the care for injured birds of prey, the sanctuary for unwanted raptors, breed and release programs, educational talks of all ages, employment of 15 members of staff, as well as the numerous visitors that come to the centre. But also I'd like to address the following points from MVAR's proof of evidence document regarding potential perceived health and wellbeing impacts, specifically page 26, exposure of animals and wildlife to dioxins and fernans and other pollutant species. In point 3.53, they say the dioxins and ferni assessment is not designed to consider the uptake of these pollutants by wildlife specifically, and hence cannot be applied directly to the birds housed at the Raptor Foundation. This is concerning as we are right next to the site and it is likely to have an effect on the birds. A study in 2021, which I have provided for reference for, includes, bioaccumulating and biomonitoring of impacts of air pollution, including nitrogen dioxide and noise pollution. Another point 354, they say that none of the experts raised concerns for the welfare of the birds. However, there have been several research papers written about pollutants and the effects on birds of prey. These papers I have submitted, I didn't submit them, but I have them here as evidence for further detail. In particular, Standerford 2017 found that birds may be particularly vulnerable to health damaging pollutants. The way to look at it, anything that goes up in there comes down and it affects the birds of prey. It also talks about 3.55, talks about the wild peregrine falcons in Cambridge. You cannot compare those birds of prey to those housed in aviaries outside and are static in comparison to their wild and free relatives. Wild birds of prey do not live as long as captive birds of prey. Our birds will be vulnerable to the emissions from this incinerator 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, all year, and living in captivity, they won't be able to escape them. They are therefore in a completely different situation. Given my knowledge and experience, I am concerned that the health and well-being will be compromised, and this is supported by our vet, David Williams of the Queen's Veterinary School Hospital, University of Cambridge, and BIAZA, the British and Irish Association of Zoos and Aquariums, to which we are a member of. So we rub shoulders with London Zoo, Twycross Zoo. Our vet, David Williams, has raised concerns regarding noise pollution, dioxins, noxious compounds, and reference case studies of pollutants in addition to those mentioned above. Like Mr. Buff, I have these as references here. Okay, I also have Science Direct that has warning 9 pollutants and their effects on avian communities. I have focusing on wildlife, celebrating the biodiversity, how birds of prey are exposing a toxic bomb. I also have IP Science, air pollution impacts on avian species by inhalation, exposure, and associated outcomes. There is so much in these paperworks that say the incinerator is going to harm my birds. BIAZA has said is likely an impact on animal welfare due to ground vibrations, noise levels, low frequency, anaerobic sound, behavior and welfare issues, reproductive system stress, interspersed and acute periods of fear or distress. On top of these professional expert witnesses, I would like to tell you some of my concerns. There is not sufficient time to explain them all, but I will try and summarise a couple. Firstly, nitrogen dioxide. It is one of the most harmful pollutants from this incinerator. The World Health Organization, who recommended guidelines for safe annual average NO2 pollutants, is 4 times lower than the UK's current limit. That's actual harm. I am concerned that the natural dioxide assessment does not recognise or include the health and well-being of birds of prey we keep at the Raptor Foundation. They are much more vulnerable to air pollutants than humans, as they have a different respiratory system which is more sensitive. Actual harm. The odour assessment section of the detailed air quality assessment of proposed discharges from MVAR is incorrect in respect of the Raptor Foundation, as we have been incorrectly classified for odour as being medium sensitive, but we should be classed as highly sensitive. In summary, I hope I've explained to you what the Raptor Foundation means, not only to me, but to many others in the local community. By my vet and BIAS opposed the development of the incinerator at the MVAR. I therefore ask you to consider how massively it is likely to adversely affect by this proposal overall, not only taking into account my concerns in relation to the effects of the harmful emissions on the health and well-being of the birds and the humans, but also on the odour perspective, to which will adversely affect this staff and visitors. Such concerns could see consumer numbers diminish and potential risk to the business. Basically, no visitors, no business. How do I feed my birds? How do I keep them healthy? Because vet bills on birds of prey are very expensive. I do not have time to include other issues as well, such as noise and vibration from traffic, or the negative visual impact that so many of our visitors and staff will endure with the sheer scale of the development, including the 26-metre chimney. Would you like to come to a centre and see a 26-metre chimney? Would you like to stay in our accommodation knowing there is a 26-metre chimney? I certainly wouldn't. It is not unreasonable for me to want to protect what we have spent so long building, 30 years plus, for the good of the birds, our visitors, our volunteers, pupils, and our dedicated staff. The MVAR site is not a suitable location for an incinerator, given its close proximity, a road, to the Raptor Foundation and other sensitive sites around it. I urge you to recognise the important role that we play locally and also more widely with our breed and release programmes, not only here in the UK, but across Europe, and deny the appeal and uphold the original decision of Cambridgeshire County Council to refuse the planning application. Sir, I urge you to uphold the planning refusal application. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your contributions. Two remaining speakers, I think now. Philippa Hope. We're getting short of time, so yeah.
Can you hear me? Good afternoon. I'm Philippa Hope, and I'm here to represent Bluntisham Parish Council and the people who live in Bluntisham to confirm our objection to this application. The Inspector will have no doubt had access to all our representations that we've made in opposition to the application. Since the first application was made back in 2021, our opposition has been constant and unwavering. We are none of us on the Parish Council experts in the field of waste facility planning, and the level of our opposition has been matched by the amount of time we have spent investigating all aspects of the Cambridge County Council Mineral and Waste Plan and the NPPF guidelines for waste facility development and how these relate to the application before you. It is testament to the level of local opposition to the changes at the MBAR site that have been the driving force behind these efforts. We would like to mention the level of local opposition to this application. It will have an impact way beyond the immediate vicinity of the site. It will impact an entire community. It will offer a scale of operation that is either neither needed or is suitable in this rural location. It will do nothing to enhance our local rural economy. It will do the reverse, in that it will harm existing businesses and industry. It will, without any question, impact upon the existing businesses local to the site in a negative way. There is no part of the planning process that is designed to allow new developments to negatively affect existing businesses. Yet this application will do this. And as other speakers have shown, no doubt, and provided their own evidence of this, weight should be given to the level of harm that this would have both now and the impact of the site on any genuine rural business development that may take place locally. The application is full of omissions and assumptions, all of which are based on the best case scenario: the height of the chimney, the noise levels, the light pollution, the on-site traffic movements. Should permission be granted, then there will be a steady flow of further applications to release them from their conditions or to make further physical changes and developments at the site. The inspector will have seen the evidence that the parish council provided in their latest submission about the expansion at the site. So any impact or harm that you now consider will be the minimum level, the best case scenario, the utopian vision of incineration and its zero carbon footprint. Once the yes box has been ticked, Pandora's box is fully opened, and the only people that will be affected will be the local community. We'd like to address the need used to justify the development. It is now based on national demand and not demand in the local area. The original application, the need was identified as being from within the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough area, but now this has morphed into a national need being the justification. However, no mention is made in the application with regard to where the HERF fits in relation to the new NHS Sustainable Healthcare and Waste Recycling Framework that was launched in November 2023. This framework aims to give the NHS organisations and the wider public sector access to vetted and approved vendors of waste management solutions. There are 31 approved vendors on their list. Envar or its holding company Heathcote Holdings are not on that list. So there is no queue of NHS organisations banging on their door looking for clinical waste incineration. In fact, the new framework echoes the NHS Clinical Waste Strategy published in March 2023, which outlines their commitment to reducing clinical waste and the use of new technologies to eliminate any waste, such as via pyrolysis waste management, seen as a cutting-edge alternative to incineration. This application does not and will not meet the ambitions of the NHS as laid out in their framework and will result in a redundant facility where there is no need, as the market will have moved on to look at newer technologies not available at this site. It is worth mentioning that Heathcote Holdings, the holding company of Envar, have not looked at co-location at any of their other facilities across the UK to split the functions across these sites and to build complementary facilities in other existing sites. If they believe the demand is national, then surely other sites with better sustainable transport links or existing connections to the national grid should be considered. It is hard not to be emotional about making our case to you here in this environment, where after all, ordinary people who live locally. We appreciate that any such application, wherever it is, will create equally strong opposition, but this one is in our backyard. It seeks to allow a small rural site to be industrialised beyond recognition by the installation of a clinical waste incinerator at its hub that fails to comply with the use of advanced technologies needed and defined by the NHS as being essential in delivering lower waste volumes and minimising the harm to the environment. It will result in people losing their livelihoods. It will have social and potentially health impacts on the communities in the local area and will, by its very nature, discourage the growth of genuine rural businesses and completely stigmatise our village and others close by. We ask the Inspector to deny this application. Thank you very much.
just momentarily lost the list. Lorna Watkins, please. I think that's the end of the last one, I think. Yeah, it's the button in the middle.
Good afternoon, Inspector. I don't know if you noticed when you came in, but the room we're sitting in now is called the Red Kite Room. It celebrates an iconic bird of prey, and we've just heard from the Raptor Centre. It's an emblem of what Cambridgeshire is known for, its wildlife, its nature, its big skies and ivory towers of academia. It's not, however, known for its towering rural waste incinerators. The only people saying we need this incinerator are MVAR, a Freedom of Information request to the Environment Agency, who permit these things, reveals they have no information on whether or not there is a shortage of healthcare incineration capacity, either in the Eastern region or England. Our local waste policy says there are no targets for healthcare waste either. There seems to be no strategic oversight on this, and so perhaps the Secretary of State will throw some light on the issue of need. I haven't seen any statements from potential customers in ENVAR's application saying they are struggling to have healthcare waste collected or treated in either Cambridgeshire, Peterborough or the Eastern region. It's all desk-based research. The NHS strategy, as Philippa mentioned, was launched in 2023, and it aims to reduce healthcare waste going to incineration by 35% initially in its first stage. So the direction of travel is away from incineration. In a nutshell, ENVAR is saying our community must take one for the team by accepting waste from far and wide, and that goes against the proximity argument. And we are being asked to accept huge local CO2 emissions at Woodhurst and surrounding villages, plus pollutants like dioxins and nitrogen dioxide, increased van traffic, which will be unmonitored, and a blight on our landscape, all for the greater good of the Eastern region, apparently. Oh, and ENVAR, of course. Let's talk about jobs. Talking of any tenuous benefits there may be for us, ENVAR's environmental statement of June 2021 said, the proposed development will generate a minimum of 22 full-time jobs. However, a pre-application advice letter to GP planning for ENVAR on the 6th of August 2020 from the council states around 8 full-time jobs would be created from the anaerobic and combustion processes. Could I ask the inspector to ascertain how many people currently work on the site and how many new jobs, genuine new jobs, will be created when weighing up benefits? It's also worth noting that with an unemployment rate of 3%, Huntingdonshire has no shortage of jobs. The scale of building, visual impact of a 26-metre incinerator, if indeed that's what it needs to be, make this the wrong location for an industrial development. I've looked at all the other standalone incinerators in East Anglia. They're all close to an A road. All of them, apart from Rivenhall, which is on a remote airfield, are also located in industrial areas or business parks. ENVAR's site is not a designated industrial zone, nor is it close to an A road. It's on a potholed, busy, and often muddy B road. The ENVAR site is unsuitable for further expansion. Now let's look at waste miles and the environment. ENVAR wants to import up to 8,000 or 9,000 tonnes of healthcare waste into Woodhurst, making it commercially viable to also burn the 3,000 tonnes they say is currently exported out of county. Well, this depends on them getting any contracts in the first place. So already this isn't sounding like a good deal for us, is it? Where is all this healthcare waste coming from? This is important because of carbon offsetting claims when it comes to transport. And a new type of two-way journey, over 24,000 per year of light commercial vehicles, up to 3.5 tonnes, that is, will be generated by healthcare waste deliveries. Their consultants' assumptions and carbon calculations contradict previous statements by ENVAR. Fitchner state, on ENVAR's behalf, the distance travelled by healthcare waste is taken as 60 kilometres. While some healthcare waste would be sourced from a wider area,
Much of it would be sourced from towns within 30 to 40 kilometres, and so 60 kilometres is a reasonable balance. This contradicts MVAR's previous assertions, which state that only 25% could be from the county. So much of the healthcare waste is in fact potentially 9,000 tonnes of it in the first 5 years coming from the eastern region, way beyond the 60 kilometres of the site that they base their carbon calculations on. Incinerating waste, they tell us, to where it is produced, or closer to where it's produced, is better for the environment due to carbon from transport. But the distance of sources would still suggest significant waste miles from this proposal. So we're talking about catchment area of Suffolk. Well, Beccles is 117 kilometres away from Woodhurst. That's a lot more than 60. Essex, Clacton-on-Sea is 150 kilometres from Woodhurst. Luton is 85. Hertfordshire, Watford's 111. Bedfordshire, Milton Keynes 75. Northamptonshire, Banbury's 93. Southend-on-Sea, 138 kilometres. Norfolk, Norwich to Woodhurst, 128 kilometres. Great Yarmouth, 160 kilometres. So how can these carbon calculations that are based on 60 kilometres, and that's only a one-way trip, how can they be correct? So these predictions are speculative anyway. They're not backed up with any signed contracts or expressions of interest from customers looking for healthcare waste collection or incineration. Envar would be competing for contracts and removing business from other healthcare waste companies who may be using existing incinerators closer to the source of the waste than Woodhurst, especially in the outer perimeters of the eastern region. To give one example, the Novus Animal Healthcare Waste incinerator at Thriplow that Envar might want to compete with because they will deal with animal healthcare too, is closer to Luton, Hertfordshire and Essex than Envar's site. And the Lakeside Healthcare Energy from Waste incinerator near Heathrow is 56 kilometres from Luton, but Woodhurst is 86 kilometres from Luton. So it's all swings and roundabouts when it comes to the proximity argument. We've heard about the detrimental effects on local businesses. I'm worried about the disaster management plan. Have they got one? Bearing in mind the fire that we've heard about and we all experienced. In conclusion, this is the wrong plan in the wrong place for the wrong reasons. And the ends do not justify the means. In our view, the harms and risks to our community significantly outweigh any benefits. And finally, if anyone in Kent is watching this, and you know who you are, Trevor, your incinerator gets 0 points from us.
Thanks for those contributions. I think there isn't anybody else that I'm aware of who wants to speak. I mean, please tell me if I'm wrong. I've got nobody else recorded. I think that's a good time to break for lunch. It's 10 past, well, we're just approaching 10 past 1. I've scheduled an hour for lunch, so I'm going to stick to that. So we'll adjourn for lunch and reconvene after that. Sorry, there's a question. I'm not, I did, when I was opening, ask about, I mentioned about other submissions. I'm not, what is the reason why it hasn't already been submitted? I heard all your points, and I know you referenced the information, but it would be introducing substantial amounts of information that the other parties. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I'm going to refer to the appellant's advocate just to get his views on what the proposal would mean if it was accepted.
Well, so I mean, I was doing my very best to type away as Mrs. Blows was talking, but I can't. I mean, I can't say I actually managed to get anything like a verbatim note. So I can't say I've even got verbatim note of what he was referring to. Obviously, if you accept it, we'll consider it. I don't know what it will mean for the inquiry until I actually clarify what it is she was referring to. But you know, we'll do our best, of course.
I think the danger is accepting more information at this late stage. It might sort of lead to unintended consequences. I mean, does the council's advocate have any views?
I'm not sure it's appropriate for us to comment on it, given that it's not a point that the council are taking.
Right. Okay. Well, yeah, I have not seen the evidence. It's not been submitted as in the information I've already seen leading to the inquiry. I understand what you're saying. It takes you a while to find the information, but I don't perceive that as a good reason to accept it as late information. But I understand the wider points you're making based on the reference to it. So I don't think it diminishes the points you've made in response, but I'm not inviting or accepting further information of that nature. Yes. I struggle to hear that. Do you want to use the microphone? I can't hear.
The point I'm making is Enver's case is based on a perceived health threat and assures that there isn't one. And I'm saying that Huntingdon District do not routinely measure air quality in St Ives. It's a forgotten market town. So isn't it only fair that our side who oppose it have some scientific facts to get rid of this perception? Perception is not scientific, and surely we have the right to some science.
Yeah, I mean, those are further points, but I mean, does that relate to the information that we've just alluded to? I've not seen the copies, and they haven't informed any of the positions that we've so far heard. I mean, there's broad reference to lots of documents. It poses the question of sort of relying on information that no one's seen or read, and also the reason given for the late submission of it. I'm not convinced that is a good enough reason. Yeah, yeah, I, I don't think there's an issue with having a copy of the verbal comments that you've raised. That's normally, suitable. The question then, comes to mind with extending that into other documentation that could go, be considerable. So I've not had any further actual physical documents submitted to me. Copies of the written statements that you've read out. I think if those are submitted to the planning inspectorate via the case team, that could be recorded that way. But as to other information, other wider information and adding into it, I'm reluctant to accept that and the grounds for it, given the main issue of the appeal and also what we've heard in terms of the points made. So I hope that clarifies that. I think a copy of the statement is a reasonable. No, that can be emailed in to the planning inspectorate. That's just based on your verbal submissions. Yeah, the point about St. Ives, I think you made in your oral submission, so I've heard that. I don't have anything to raise about information or anything else. I'm going to look to adjourn for an hour for lunch, and then we reconvene after that, unless the advocates want to raise anything before I do that. No. Okay, so the inquiry is adjourned. Thank you. Well, 20 past. Yeah. Okay, welcome back, everybody. The inquiry is resumed. We're moving now to the council's evidence in chief. So I'm going to ask Mr. Grant to, before I do that, I was going to ask Mr. Grant to introduce his witness. There's a question from the appellants.
Thank you very much, sir. It was actually a point raised with me by Mr. Grant, and I'm grateful to him for doing so. I hadn't actually, I think, spotted it myself, but he rightly spotted that you were asked a question by a member of the public, I can't remember who it was, about interested parties having an opportunity to speak. You recall that, and of course you made the point that this is the morning for interested parties to speak. Now, I just want to make sure, if I may through you, that no interested parties are under the misapprehension that means they cannot ask questions of the witnesses, which of course you've made some allowances for in your program. I just, out of an excess of caution, I thought I might raise that if I may. And I suppose the other point is that I know that we hope we've captured everyone who wanted to speak, but of course, if someone appeared at the inquiry and said, "I'm sorry, I couldn't be here on Monday morning, can I speak now?" Well, of course they'll be able to speak, I assume.
Yes, thank you for those questions. Yes, to clarify, there is scope in the timetable to ask various questions and to make contributions in between the appellant's witnesses being heard. So there are avenues there to ask questions. In terms of people making substantial comments, a bit like we've just heard, I'm not aware of any further requests to speak, but if that situation did change and there is scope within the timetable, again, that could be accommodated. But I say that caveating it with we need to get through quite a lot of inquiry agenda items, and there's not a lot of scope to do that, but there is some scope. But the majority of people should have been able to make comment today, but we can take stock of that as we progress in each day of the inquiry if need be. So I hope that clarifies, but if it doesn't, I'm able to answer a further question if needed. With that situation now referred to, I'm going to ask Mr. Grant to introduce his first witness.
Thank you. So just before I do, in terms of inquiry documents, can we say, we've had 4, I think, so far. Can we say that the appellant's list of appearances be inquiry document 1, I'd suggest, and then the council's list of appearances, inquiry document 2, the appellant's opening document 3, and the council's opening document 4. Thank you. Mr. Reynolds, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sir, in terms of documents, I'm going to run through the documents that I'm going to refer to in evidence in chief, but I'm going to try and be as efficient as I am able to. So I'm not necessarily going to take the witness to all of them, but so you have a list. Mr. Reynolds' proof of evidence is core document 2.6.7. Mrs. Bean's proof of evidence, which is 2.6.2. Mrs. Bean's rebuttal, which is 2.7.2. We might go very briefly to Mr. Cooper's rebuttal, which is 2.7.3. The landscape statement of common ground, 2.4.2. The council's statement of case, 2.3.2. The LVIA, which is 1.1.3G, I think. I've got it as 1.1.3G on the latest board document list. We might go, but I shan't do it exhaustively, to some of the viewpoints that are produced in the appendices. Glivia 5.1.7. The technical guidance note 5.1.12. The SPD 4.2.22. And finally, the committee report and minutes 1.4.2 and 1.4.3. Mr. Reynolds, you provided the inquiry with your proof of evidence, and just by way of introducing yourself, I'm not going to get you to do a lot of reading out, but can I ask you to read out, please, the opening section of your proof from 1.1.1 to 1.1.3, where you set out your background?
Yeah, sure. My name is Paul Reynolds. I hold a master's degree in urban design from the University of Westminster and a BA honours degree and postgraduate diploma in landscape architecture from the University of Gloucestershire. I'm a chartered landscape architect with the Landscape Institute and a recognised practitioner with the Urban Design Group. I have over 20 years of experience in private practice in London and Cambridge. I'm an expert advisor on urban design and landscape architecture to the Northern Ireland Ministerial Advisory Group on Architecture and the Built Environment, and a chair of the design review panels for the London Borough of Hackney and North Herts District Council. In addition, I'm a member of the design review panel for Design South East and a member of the Design Council Expert Network. In 2020, I was appointed to the High Streets Task Force. I provided consultancy advice on matters relating to urban design, landscape architecture, townscape, landscape and visual impact to both public and private sectors for more than 20 years, including 15 years working at the multidisciplinary consultancy Atkins, where latterly I led their London office of 12 urban design and landscape architecture professionals.
You then go on to talk about the Tapestry, which is the firm that the practice that you co-founded and where you remain a director. And then at 1.1.5, you say that you've prepared evidence for and appeared as an expert witness at multiple planning appeals and hearings with extensive experience in relation to urban design, townscape, landscape and visual impact matters. And then you, at 1.1.6 over the page, you continue to set out your background and experience, and then at the bottom of the page, 1.2.3, you set out what amounts to a declaration in respect of your evidence. And can you just read that out, please?
Certainly. The evidence that I prepared for the inquiry is given in accordance with my duties under the Landscape Institute Code of Practice. And I confirm that the evidence provided and the opinions expressed in this proof are my true and professional opinion, and I will act with impartiality and objectivity to assist the inspector with their decision making.
Very much. Mr. Bashforth, in his rebuttal evidence, referred to the council's hired witnesses, as he put it. Does the fact that you're an independent witness rather than a council officer in any way temper the weight that should be given to your evidence?
No, not at all.
Topics, 5 topics we're going to cover in various degrees of detail. First, some methodology points. Second, landscape. Third, visual impacts. Fourth, countryside. And finally, policy context. So we'll start, please, with some methodology points. Firstly, kinetic experience. And I think it's agreed, isn't it, between the parties in the landscape statement of common ground And so I'm not going to ask everybody to turn to every document each time we refer to one, but it's for your note at paragraph 4.9 of the document. What is set out there is that the parties agree that fixed viewpoints are a useful aid, but are not a substitute for the kinetic experience which can be understood in a site visit to the area. See Mrs. Bean's proof and Mr. Reynolds' proof. Yes?
Correct, yeah.
Now, at the application stage, officers accepted and were content with the methodology in the LVIA. And as we know, members didn't agree with the officer recommendation. In presenting your independent judgments to this inquiry, are you bound to accept, because officers had done, that the LVIA methodology was robust and complete?
No, not at all. I'm effectively coming to it as a fresh pair of eyes, whatever the phrase.
And can we take up, please, briefly, the council's statement of case, which we've got at core document 2.3.2. And can I ask you, please, to turn to paragraph 6.7.
Yeah.
And you see there under the heading LVI methodology, the statement of case says the council will comment on the methodology used in the LVIA, including the apparent absence of a zone of theoretical visibility, ZTV, to support the choice of viewpoints, and in producing only 3 viewpoints as type 4 visualizations. See that?
I do, yeah.
And with that in mind, can I ask you then to turn, please, to Mrs. Bean's evidence, her proof of evidence. And in particular, please, to paragraph 3.2.10 and 11.
Yeah.
And so on the internal pagination, that's at page 16 of Mrs. Bean's proof of evidence. 3.2.10 and 3.2.11. Now, at 3.2.10, Mrs. Bean refers to the paragraph we've just been to in the statement of case.
Yeah.
So far as that paragraph in the statement of case is concerned, in respect of, first, the absence of a ZTV, second, the selection of viewpoints, third, the type of visualizations, are those comments, as you read them, read as pejorative or supportive comments about the LVIA methodology?
Yeah, I think they those 3 points that are covered are all listed in 6.7.
Yeah. And where we see in the following paragraph at 3.2.11, Mrs. Bean says that on the 16th of January, a week before the deadline for proofs, the council provided 4 new views. I just want to put that into its context, please. What was the date when the council indicated, by way of description, the location of four additional viewpoints?
So that was highlighted on the 9th of January with a submission that we made. Unfortunately, the PDF appendix wasn't attached to it, so that was sent the following morning on the 10th, which actually had the plan showing where those viewpoints were.
Yeah, I think that was a ZTV, wasn't it?
That's right, yeah.
And where Mrs. Bean refers to the 16th of January, again, I think I can lead on this uncontroversially, that was the photographs that were provided on the 16th.
Correct.
So is it accurate or inaccurate to say that the 4 new viewpoints were introduced on the 16th?
I would say that's inaccurate.
Not
Sorry, excuse me. I'm not going to. Can we please read to the words? Where is my number reading points?
sorry. Can we go to Mrs. Bean's rebuttal, please? Okay, can we go to the Mrs. Bean's rebuttal, please? And if you go to internal page 7, paragraph 2.1.13.
Yeah.
Do you see that, as I explained in my proof of evidence, shortly before the deadline for proofs on the 16th of January 2024, Mr. Reynolds introduced 4 new viewpoints. Do you see that?
I do, yeah.
Yeah. So do you regard that as being accurate or inaccurate?
Inaccurate.
Now, can we just turn then to the ZTV? Can we turn to the ZTV, please? Mrs. Bean, in her proof of evidence, made observations about your ZTV being using a bare earth methodology. Do you recall that?
I do, yeah.
Evidence. And she made the observation that a consequence of that is that features get missed out when you're doing it on a bare earth basis. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
And I think, again, I think it's uncontroversial that when Mrs. Bean subsequently prepared her own ZTV, that was also on a bare earth basis, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
And just to put that into its context, can I ask you please to take up Glivia? Which is at core document 5.1.7.
Yeah.
And could you turn, please, to paragraph 6.10, which we can find on page 103 on the internal pagination.
Yeah.
And can you see the opening sentence of that paragraph? The ZTV mapping is the desk study component of the visibility analysis.
Yes.
And then if we follow down the paragraph to the 5th line, their effects are best judged by field surveys that can examine and record location, size, and extent.
Yeah.
And then the final sentence in that paragraph, site surveys are therefore essential to provide an accurate baseline of visibility. See that?
Yes.
And if you then turn forward, there's a question coming in a moment, but if you turn forward to page 106, paragraph 6.13.
Yes.
And you see there, Olivia tells us the ZTV identifies land that theoretically is visually connected with the proposal, and this is refined by site survey to confirm the extent of visibility.
Yes.
So when you prepared your ZTV, in terms of the subsequent site survey, having done the desktop approach, is that something you did or you didn't do?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I then verified those 4 viewpoints that had been identified in a desk survey through the site visit.
Yeah. And in terms of viewpoint B, because you identified A, B, C, and D.
Yeah.
In terms of viewpoint B, what were the consequences for viewpoint B once you went and did your site survey?
I effectively excluded it because I determined that there wasn't actually a view of the site due to local landform and vegetation.
And so where a ZTV stands for a zone of theoretical visibility, what, if anything, do we understand then to be meant by theoretical?
Well, it's the area that, in theory, you may be able to see the site from. However, that must be verified on site to ensure that that is in fact accurate.
Now, we have in the evidence 2 ZTVs, the one that you produced and the one that Mrs. Bean has produced. And through the landscape statement of common ground, you've indicated that you're happy to accept Mrs. Bean's, which was done on a more detailed software, I think.
Correct, yeah.
And that the statement of common ground goes on to say that A, B, C, and D were shown on both of those documents, weren't they?
Yes.
And both you and Mrs. Bean agree in your evidence that A, C, and D are viewpoints from which the development would be visible.
Correct.
What do you say then about whether those additional viewpoints are relevant to the inspector's overall assessment?
I think they are. The main reason that I want to include them was because obviously part of the issue here is about the extent over which the scheme can be seen. And following, I believe, comments from the officer early on in the process, there were very few locations to the south of the site that were assessed. And what I wanted to look at by running the ZTV and then following that up with the site visits was whether or not there was in fact visibility from receptors to the south of the site.
Now, Mrs. Bean, in her evidence, has agreed with you that in respect of viewpoint D, the significance of effect would be major, moderate.
Mm-hmm.
But for you identifying those additional viewpoints through your ZTV, what do you say as to whether or not viewpoint D would have been in front of the inspector?
It wouldn't have been.
Next point, please, is that you make a point about type 4 visualizations.
Correct.
And again, I'm going to paraphrase this, but in your proof of evidence, you said that you hadn't seen an explanation for why the appellant had selected 3 to be done by way of type 4.
Correct.
And Mrs. Bean, in her evidence, and the paragraph number is 3, I think it's 3.2.4, but she explained that she selected type 4s on the basis of the highest level of significance.
Yeah.
And I just want to look at that briefly with you. Can we look in your proof of evidence, please, at paragraph 2.4.16, which is on page 10.
Yeah.
And you make the observation there that type 3 or type 4 would have been most beneficial.
Correct, yeah.
Put it. And again, just so that we can demystify this particular issue, can you just take up, please, the technical guidance note of June 2019, which is core document 5.1.12.
Yeah.
And again, using on the internal pagination, can I ask you please to turn to page 9?
Yeah.
And you'll see there under the chapter heading, selecting the appropriate visualization type. Can you see table 1?
Yes.
And categories A, B, C, and D are set out in that table.
Mm-hmm.
And which of those categories do you say is applicable in this case?
Category A.
And how is that described?
Evidence submitted to public inquiry. Most planning applications accompanied by an LVIA as part of a formal EIA, some non-EIA development, which is contrary to policy or likely to be contentious. Visualizations in the public domain.
And for category A, what does table 1 indicate as being the appropriate visualization type?
Visualization types 2 to 4.
And then in the same document, can I ask you just to turn back, please, to page 6?
Yeah.
And this is under the chapter heading, Understanding the Proportionate Approach. And you'll see paragraph 3.1.2.
Mm-hmm.
You see the factors which determine the appropriate visualization type are a series of 5 bullet points.
Yes.
And do we see it at the 5th bullet, the likely overall magnitude of effect of development? You see that?
Yeah.
The first of those bullets, the intended purpose of the visualization. Can you turn over, please, to page 7? You'll see a subheading purpose.
Yeah.
And a series of examples given of purposes. Which of those examples, if any, correspond to the scheme that's the subject of this appeal?
I just did the third bullet point to illustrate the likely change in a view that may occur as the result of a development being introduced into that view to inform an LVA or LVIA, e.g. as part of an EIA.
And then 3.1.2, where we were a moment ago, the anticipated users. And again, if you turn forward to page 8, paragraph 3.3.3.
Yeah.
You can see a series of different users identified by bullet points. Which of those are relevant here?
The majority of them, but certainly planning officers considering the merits of application, those commenting on the planning application, i.e. the public, and decision makers, the bottom one, obviously now participants at a public inquiry, although that wasn't the case at the time of the original submission.
Mm-hmm. And 3.1.2, again, the sensitivity of the context or host's environment. Do you see that?
Yeah.
In terms of sensitivity, on the appellant's owner LVIA, were there any viewpoints that were identified as involving a high level of sensitivity?
There were, yeah.
And lastly, can I ask you here to turn forward to page 4 to paragraph 4.1.1?
Yeah.
And this is under the chapter heading description of visualization types 1 to 4. If you look in the second column of text under the heading type 4.
Yeah.
The second paragraph, type 4 visualizations represent the highest level of accuracy and verifiability for use in the most demanding of situations. What do you say about the extent to which the scheme that the inquiry is considering is or isn't a demanding situation?
I believe it is a demanding situation.
Now, so far as the type of visualizations that are prepared, I don't think you're suggesting there's a fixed prescriptive way of doing things, but what do you say, having regard to the technical guidance note, would have been most helpful in this case?
I think that all of the 11 viewpoints should have been prepared as I said, type 3 or type 4.
Right, so I'm going to raise an objection at this point for reasons that I'm sure will not surprise you. I've been letting the line of Chief flow as far as I can, hoping it wouldn't lead to this, fearing that that was where my learned friend was going. Now, as you know, and of course the issue here is what Mr. Reynolds is saying is that there's an inadequacy in the Livia that should be met by lots of additional type 3 or 4 visualizations. The issue here, of course, is that this is the first time, and he's just said all 9, the first time he has said that, or indeed anything along those lines. Anything to the effect that X view, Y view, Z view should have been a type 4 visualization. It wasn't said by the council, we know, at application stage. It wasn't said by them, the reason for refusal. It wasn't said by them in their statement of case. It wasn't said by Mr. Reynolds in his proof, the section of his proof, which my learned friend has been on and off, is before you, sir, at section 4 point, sorry, where was it? I've now lost it. No, so 2.4, not 4.2, 2.4, and what you see, all that text here, even there, at no point does Mr. Reynolds say X view, Y view should have been the subject of visualization. If he'd done so, we could have considered it then, and albeit in the short amount of time available, notwithstanding the council had not said so in their statement of case, seen what could be done. But he's saying it for the first time now, and it's simply unfair, because we know what my own friend's going to say. He's going to say, and the appellant didn't prepare visualizations of all the viewpoints. That's what he'll say in closing. We can't do it now without adjourning the inquiry.
Can I make 2 points, please? The first is, I've actually finished that topic, but the second is the council's statement of case referred to under the heading LVI methodology. The council will comment on ... producing only 3 viewpoints as type 4 visualizations. Then in the council's proof of evidence, paragraph 2.4.16, Mr. Reynolds wrote, in my opinion, while any type of visualization could be used, precisely what he said a minute ago, for a project such as this, where the chimney was likely to be a significant element of the scheme, as highlighted in the officer response to the scoping opinion, that a type 3 or type 4 visualization would be most beneficial. And the way in which it was put in evidence a moment ago was it would have been most beneficial. So he was clear in his evidence that he's not saying that there's a prescriptive way of doing things, in fact, that's the way it was put to him, but that it would have been most beneficial, which corresponds precisely to the way that it was put in his proof of evidence. So I'm with great respect to my own friend, I don't follow how what's been said is either a new point or seeks to go beyond the way in which it was put before. He expressed the view that it's not prescriptive, but that in his view would have been the most beneficial approach. So it doesn't go any further than that.
I'd like to invite the appellant's right of reply.
You know, it goes a very long way, and put the word beneficial in front of it makes no substantive difference to the point that's being made here to you, which was not remotely made in the statement of case. I'm going to read. I mean, we've got my only friend's gone to the paragraph a couple of times. Let's read the full paragraph and ask ourselves whether that paragraph tells us that in the council's view, which is what my learned friend and Mr. Reynolds are saying, in the council's view, the appellant should have produced visualizations for all 9 viewpoints. The council will comment. Well, potato, Mr. Grant. The council will comment on the methodology used, in the landscape and visual impact assessment, including the apparent absence of a zone of theoretical visibility to support the choice of viewpoints, and in producing only 3 viewpoints as type 4 visualizations. Comment. If the council, sir, had a case to make on something that went to, as they knew when they wrote their case, because they wrote their case abandoning reason for refusal 2 as a reason for refusal. So they knew that landscape and visual was the only case they were running as an objection to the proposal. If they had something as important as we consider that all the viewpoints should have been type 3, type 4 visualizations, they should have said so right there and then clearly. And then to make it worse, when we get to Mr. Reynolds' proof, one might be thinking, gosh, I mean, if that is their point, as Mr. Grant has made clear is their point, then they would at least have cleared it up there. But no, not a bit of it. Mr. Reynolds says, he says 2.4.15, it's not clear to him. It's not, no explanation why only 3 were prepared. He says it might be a reason they were assessed as high sensitivity. This comes nowhere close to telling the appellant that it is part of the council's case that all the viewpoints should have been type 3, 4 visualizations. And it's a substantive point.
I understand the points, but I'd like to move on from it. I do note the word beneficial, the term beneficial being used. So I'd like to move on, but yeah, if you'd like to continue, Mr. Grant.
Yeah, potato. Mrs. Bean, in her proof of evidence, pages 16 to 18, produced a series of figures 3, 4, 5, and 6 to indicate the presence of the new development at Woodhurst.
Yeah.
And Mrs. Bean makes the observation that the figures are not intended to be precise, but they're produced as a guide. Yeah.
Yeah.
And with that caveat in mind, where Woodhurst is shown as being bright green on the figures, do those, in your view, reflect the reality of the presence of Woodhurst or not?
No.
And I think we have then the benefit, don't we, in Mrs. Bean's rebuttal of photographic evidence of Woodhurst.
Yeah.
Yes. And so far as that is concerned, if it was intended to go to industrialization, was that a point that had been made for the first time in the council's proofs of evidence, or was that a point that had been made previously?
No, it was made previously.
And so far as the colouring of the Woodhurst warehousing, and the inspector will plainly be able to see it on his site visit, how would you describe the colouring of the Woodhurst development?
The majority of the buildings are a very dark green. They blend in reasonably well with the wider landscape. It does have a sort of yellow trim detail, but actually in the majority of views, certainly all but the very closest views, that's not really noticeable.
Good. Next topic, landscape. Now, again, matters of agreement. We're not dealing here with AONB. And we're not dealing, are we, with valued landscape for the purposes of the MPPF?
No.
And as non-designated countryside, to adopt an expression that was used in my opening this morning, does anything go in non-designated countryside?
No, it doesn't, no.
And can we turn then to your proof, please, at paragraph 4.2.1?
Yeah.
And can I ask you, please, I said I wouldn't ask you to read much, but can I ask you just to read out that paragraph, please, to put in context the next section of your evidence?
Yeah, sure. From visiting the site and local landscape, it's clearly a rural area which displays many of the characteristics that one would expect. Numerous agricultural buildings and farmsteads, some of which are now in other uses, alongside scattered residential dwellings. These are surrounded by agricultural fields, and then there are larger villages and settlements slightly further away from the site. It is noticeable that while there are larger structures associated with both the agricultural and non-agricultural uses, there are none of the scale, height of the proposed chimney, and in this regard, it appears as an agricultural, not an industrial landscape.
Now, there's an issue, isn't there, between you and Mrs. Bean as to whether or not the site should be seen as being in an agricultural, rural context, as you put it,
Yeah.
or in a semi-industrial context in the way that Mrs. Bean puts it. I just want you to take up, please, her proof of evidence. And we're going to go, please, to paragraph 4.2.22, which is on internal page 28.
Yeah.
And she says, with reference to the type 4 visualizations, the chimney is sat in the context of a semi-industrial pocket of built form, including the already developed Envar site. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Now, firstly, do you agree or disagree that the chimney stack is set in a semi-industrial pocket?
I disagree. I think it's what I call maybe contemporary agriculture, which is of a larger scale than it was many, many years ago, but I certainly wouldn't say it was semi-industrial.
And if you go on 4 lines down that paragraph, Mrs. Bean provides a little more analysis there. She says, this semi-industrial pocket, I consider, consists of the developed Envar site with its various large semi-industrial buildings, the Woodhouse Farm warehouse with its bulk and distinctive eaves line, the Raptor Foundation sheds, adjacent roads and other developments to the north. Do you see that?
Yeah.
I just want to ask you about some of these buildings that are referred to. First of all, the Woodhouse Farm warehouse. What do you say as to whether or not, in your view, that is agricultural or industrial or semi-industrial in appearance?
Oh, I think it's, as I said, a kind of contemporary agricultural scale of building. Most modern agricultural buildings are made of that sort of steel framed shed type. So I think it's in keeping with that.
What about the other buildings on the developed Envar site?
Well, again, many of them are agricultural in their scale and appearance. I understand that some of them are probably converted from a more agricultural use in the past. And I think that's entirely in keeping with that character of development.
What about the Raptor Foundation sheds?
Likewise, they're again that sort of similar scale of.
Sorry.
Can you not interrupt while he's giving evidence?
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The Raptor Foundation sheds, again, agricultural or industrial or semi-industrial in appearance?
Agricultural.
Yeah. And then Mrs. Bean produces some further evidence on this same point in her rebuttal. And I wonder, please, if you can take that up.
Yeah.
And in particular, some photographs that start on page 15 at 2.3.14 and carry on over the next, I think, 4 pages or so.
Yeah.
See that? 2.3.14. How would you describe the structures or buildings that are shown at the Cuckoo Bridge Nursery?
They're glass houses, horticultural glass houses, which I would say are very similar to agricultural buildings.
Yeah. And 2.3.18, difficult to make out, but it purports to show the Somersham poultry farm.
Yeah.
Again, so far as the poultry farm is concerned, what do you say, agricultural or industrial or neither one nor the other?
It's an agricultural use, agricultural buildings.
2.3.20, the brick merchants.
Yeah.
Again, you can see the building, or a building at least on site there. Again, in appearance, what do you say, agricultural or industrial or neither?
I would say the buildings in their form and appearance are agricultural. It may be more of a semi-industrial use, but it doesn't change what the overall appearance of the buildings and the built form is.
So looking at the area then that surrounds the Envar site, what do you say as to whether rural, semi-rural, semi-industrial or industrial is the most appropriate way of describing it in your judgment?
As I said out in my proof, I think agricultural is the best way of describing it. Some of the buildings may be in non-agricultural use, but it doesn't stop them from having an agricultural character in terms of their appearance, scale, mass.
Pause for a moment. Mrs. Bean made the point that the landscape character has accepted industrialization. Maybe obvious from what you've been telling us over the last few minutes, but do you agree or disagree?
I disagree.
So far as Woodhurst, the Woodhurst building is concerned, can we go to your proof of evidence, paragraph 4.1.7, which is on page 15?
Yeah.
And you refer there to Woodhurst Farm, Hill Farm and Heath Farm.
Correct, yeah.
And you say, whilst these houses are a mixture of different uses, the buildings remain typical modern agricultural forms of large metal clad and timber sheds with surrounding yards, smaller buildings and structures tend to be brick. These are mostly single-story structures, and while some are quite large, rarely are buildings over 12 metres in height. Do you see that?
Yes.
So far as Woodhurst is concerned, and I want specifically to ask about height, what do you say about the comparison between the height of the Woodhurst building and the proposed height of the chimney at the Envar site?
It's the chimney's around 3 times the height of the eaves height, the maximum height of the Woodhurst building.
Yeah. And so far as the Woodhurst site is concerned, what do you understand the position in terms of screening, whether now or going forward? Do you know?
My understanding is that the planning permission that was granted for that building included sort of planting and bunding at a low level to help provide screening of those buildings from within the wider landscape.
Yeah. Do you know whether or not that would have had an opportunity to fully mature yet or not?
Not yet. No, I mean, I think it's been maybe 3 years since that was put up, if that. So certainly not. Typically, we would expect to sort of assess that at about year 15.
Now, Mrs. Bean refers to, in her rebuttal proof, to other features in the area, which particularly to demonstrate height. So she talks about, for example, water towers, and we heard evidence from one of the interested persons this morning about water towers. What do you say about water towers in the landscape as to whether they should be seen as industrial or agricultural or neither?
I don't necessarily think they're either, really. They're certainly a prominent feature, but they're one that is mostly associated with residential development. They're something that is a fairly common feature within rural areas, particularly in this area. And as we heard this morning, they're kind of something that people don't see as being an industrial feature. They recognise them as being sort of separate to that.
Mm. And wind turbines, again, Mrs. Bean draws attention to wind turbines. What do you say about those, please?
Again, people recognise them as what they are. They're energy generators. Windmills have been a part of the rural landscape for centuries, and I think that people are very aware of what they are. They don't change the character just by their presence.
Thank you. And one last point on Woodhurst, actually, in Mrs. Bean's rebuttal, paragraph 2.3.22. So internal page 18.
Yeah.
The last sentence, which begins 3 lines from the bottom of the paragraph, Mr. Reynolds' view that the Woodhurst farm warehousing makes no material difference to the overall assessment can only be because he's accepted that the local context around the appeal site is semi-industrial. Do you see that?
I do, yeah.
What's your comment on that, please?
Well, that's not correct, because if you don't accept, that's only would apply if I accepted that the Woodhurst farm warehouses were semi-industrial buildings, which I don't.
Now, in your proof of evidence, you draw attention to the SPD, particularly in paragraph 4.2.3, which is on page 17 of your proof of evidence.
Yeah.
And within that paragraph, you refer to the existing rural agricultural character as described in the SPD. And then you refer to tranquility in the sense of remoteness described in the SPD. Do you see that?
I do, yeah.
And can we take up, please, the SPD, which is at core document 4.2.22.
Sorry, what was the reference for the SPD?
4.2.22 is the core document reference.
Yeah.
And we're dealing, aren't we, you and Mrs. Bean agree with central claylands, which starts on page 72 of the internal pagination.
Correct.
And we can see, can't we, on the in the text at 3.50, the area predominantly consists of gently undulating farmland between the fen margin, the Great Ouse Valley to the south, and the northern wolds to the west. And it goes on, and that text, there's then the preface to the key characteristics box on page 73.
Sorry, PDF's not opening. Open there. Sorry, which page was it on?
So we're looking at pages 72 and 73. We've just moved on to page 73.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. And you can see we've just gone to the green box on page 73.
Yeah.
And we see then some text that follows in 3.52.
Mm-hmm.
And so far as the box and the text, by reference to the paragraph of your proof, we just went to 4.2.3. What are the elements that you've highlighted for the purposes of your assessment?
The undulating farmland, the large-scale field pattern with few hedgerows or hedgerow trees giving rise to the open landscape, the regularly spaced traditional villages often clustered around village greens, and the medieval moats visible as earthworks within the landscape.
No. Your paragraph 4.2.3 of your proof of evidence.
Yeah.
Which of the elements described in the key characteristics box and the text that accompanies it do you draw to the inspector's attention?
I think the first one, particularly the undulating arable farmland, and I think the open landscape, predominantly open landscape that's described in the second point in particular.
Yeah. And if we turn then please to the rebuttal evidence of Mrs. Bean, page 12, paragraph 2.3.5.
Yeah.
She says this: Mr. Reynolds has missed fundamental key characteristics of the Central Claylands, apparently to suit his narrative, missing out the following two bullet points that are listed in the SPD as key characteristics. Do you see that?
I do, yeah.
Now, first of all, so far as the first of those bullets, relatively large-scale developments, including the airfields, etc.
Yeah.
What do you say as to whether or not that bullet point, in your judgment, is a relevant characteristic for the purposes of this assessment?
I don't believe it's it's a relevant characteristic for the part of the character area that we're situated in.
And the second bullet that Mrs. Bean draws attention to, extensive cover of ancient woodland in the northwest.
Yeah.
What do you say, please, about how material that is to the assessment in this particular case?
Again, I don't think it is material. We're not in the northwest of this particular character area.
Yeah. And so in not identifying those characteristics in your proof of evidence as being relevant to the assessment, is it fair to say you did that to suit your narrative?
No, I did it because, as with all landscape character assessment, typically it's very broad and it includes many elements. It has to, and I just highlighted the ones that I felt were applicable to the appeal scheme.
Yeah. And just staying on Mrs. Bean's rebuttal, she deals with the issue of tranquility, and we can see at 2.3.7 of the rebuttal proof on page 13.
Yeah.
she picks up on you having sought to suggest that the relevant landscape appears agricultural and with a character
Yeah.
of tranquility and sense of remoteness, which she says isn't a fair reflection of the relevant landscape. Do you see that?
I do, yeah.
I mean, firstly, do you agree or disagree with her?
I disagree.
Secondly, if you go down the page, please, 2.3.11.
Yeah.
Mrs. Bean, in respect of tranquility and remoteness, identifies a number of features, just, for example, busy local roads,
Yeah.
pockets of industry, etc. Do you see that?
I do, yeah.
What do you say as to whether or not the features identified there by Mrs. Bean are features which make this a non-tranquil landscape?
No, I think as before, really, the character area is very broad, so there are always going to be some elements and features which are incongruous with it. However, I would think the comment, those elements identified are applicable to the site itself and its immediate surroundings, but you don't have to go very far away from the site before it does become very tranquil. Certainly my viewpoint D, which is 2 kilometres away, is incredibly tranquil.
And if the inspector were to find that in his view there are some non-tranquil features in the area,
yeah,
does that therefore mean that the character should be described as non-tranquil?
No.
So far as the chimney is concerned, I think this is common ground, but even after planting has reached full maturity, would the chimney be screened in the landscape or not?
It wouldn't, no.
Sensitivity of the landscape, please, and can we take as our prompt the landscape statement of common ground? And in particular, paragraph 4.5.
Yeah.
The LVIA concludes that the landscape sensitivity is moderate to low. That's agreed. The
Yeah.
landscape sensitivity of the surrounding landscape is assessed as moderate in the LVIA and the appellant's evidence, and moderate to high in the council's evidence. Do you see
Yeah.
that? Now, again, in terms of that sensitivity and the difference between you and Mrs. Bean,
Yeah.
Mrs. Bean, again, her rebuttal, please, 2.4.4. She makes a point which I'll summarise that she doesn't follow your workings out to reach your conclusions on landscape sensitivity. Do you see that?
I do, yeah.
And can we then take up, with that comment in mind, your proof of evidence?
Yeah.
4.1.9.
Yeah.
What is would be the heading for that paragraph? What's it dealing with?
It's me setting out why I believe it has a minor landscape value.
Yeah, just answer the question. 4.1.9, what topic is that specific paragraph dealing with, please?
Landscape value.
Yeah. 4.1.10, what topic is that paragraph dealing with?
The landscape condition.
Yeah. 4.1.11, what topic or topics is that paragraph dealing with?
Landscape capacity. And landscape character.
Pardon?
Landscape capacity and landscape character.
Yeah. And you draw in that paragraph a distinction between agricultural development and industrial development. How do you describe that issue?
I'm just reading exactly what I wrote there. Well, it's really just factoring in what the overarching character is of the landscape, and therefore how I'm concluding in the next paragraph what the overall sensitivity of the landscape is.
Yeah, so if you go to the next paragraph, please, 4.1.12.
Yeah.
I therefore conclude that the sensitivity of the landscape, which is derived from consideration of all the above factors in combination,
Yeah.
Do you see that?
Yeah.
Should be assessed as.
Yeah.
Do you see that? So as you read it, do you or don't you in your proof of evidence set out how you arrive at your conclusion in respect of the landscape sensitivity?
I do. Yeah, I think I do.
And can we then take up, please, the LVIA?
Yeah.
And when you get there, can you turn, please, to table 11 on page 33?
Yeah.
And this is, we can see in the preceding, well, at the top of table 11 on page 32, table 11 below illustrates how these criteria have been appraised to achieve an assessment of the area's sensitivity.
Yeah.
Yeah. And do you see there are a series of landscape elements that are set out?
I do. Yeah.
Yeah. And in terms of your approach, the various paragraphs we've just been through, is that, in your view, consistent or inconsistent with the features or factors that are identified in table 11?
I believe it's consistent.
And if we go back, please, in the LVIA to table 6, which we've got on page 16.
Yeah.
Although table 11 sets out Mrs. Bean's series of factors with which you've indicated you agree, in terms of the landscape sensitivity criteria at table 6,
Yeah.
does the criteria as described reflect all those factors or just some of them?
No, just some of them.
Have a look, please, at the LVIA paragraph 8.50, 8.51. Yeah, that's my note, I'm afraid. Mrs. Bean made the comment in her rebuttal. There's no such thing as the upper end of moderates. Remember that?
Oh, yes, I do. Yeah. Yeah.
Two quick questions on that. First of all, I mean, is there a prescribed scale for approach or not?
No, not prescribed on.
And secondly, in saying the upper end of moderate, what was the point you, if any, you were trying to make?
It's just a point that it's a kind of close run thing in my mind as to whether it was moderate or high.
Yeah. Lastly, on landscape, please, we move from sensitivity to impact. And you've described in your statement of case and the statement of case in your proof of evidence, the industrialization of the rural landscape. Do you recall that?
I do, yeah.
And can we go, please, to your proof of evidence? Paragraph 4.2.5 on page 17.
Yeah.
And you say there, the industrialization of the rural landscape is a harmful consequence of the scheme, in my opinion, would lead to high magnitude of change when coupled with moderate sensitivity would result in major moderate adverse landscape effects. Do you see that?
Correct, yeah.
So we dealt with sensitivity, but in terms of magnitude of change, can we go back again? I'm sorry for the jumping around to the LVIA to look at magnitude of change.
Yeah.
And in particular, please, paragraph 3.3.5 on internal page 20.
Yeah.
And we see there, don't we, low magnitude of change is described in this way. The proposed scheme would cause a barely perceptible impact and would affect few receptors.
Yeah.
Moderate It would cause a noticeable difference to the landscape and would affect several receptors.
Yeah.
High, the proposed scheme would completely change the character and or appearance of the landscape for a long period of time or permanently, and it would affect many receptors.
Correct, yeah.
Now, in terms of the proposed chimney, which is what your case centres on, what do you say, please, as to whether or not, what effect that would have in terms of changing the character and appearance of the landscape? Question number one.
It would, well, aligned there with high, it would completely change the character or appearance because it would introduce an industrial feature that isn't currently there.
And secondly, would that be for a long time or permanently, or would it be a short-term feature?
It's considered permanent.
And third, in terms of receptors, many receptors, several receptors, or few receptors?
Many receptors.
Now, if we look then, please, just below it at table 8, the matrix. So the matrix is the table in the LVIA which combines sensitivity with magnitude. This is for landscape and visual impacts in order to provide the impact magnitude. Do you see that?
Correct, yeah.
Now, it's a matter of agreement between the parties that the sensitivity of the area beyond the site is moderate. We've been there already in the landscape statement of common ground. So if the inspector accepted moderate sensitivity, but took the view that the magnitude of change was low, barely perceptible and affecting few receptors, then on the matrix, what would be the impact magnitude?
Moderate, minor.
Yeah. Supposing the inspector took the view on magnitude of change that the proposed scheme, but we're talking obviously about the chimney, that it would cause a noticeable difference to the landscape and would affect several receptors, then on a moderate sensitivity, what would be the impact magnitude?
Moderate.
And if the inspector accepted your position of a high magnitude, so completely changing the character and or appearance for a long time, affecting many receptors, on a moderate sensitivity, what would be the magnitude?
Major, moderate.
Can we move then, please, from landscape impacts to visual impacts? And can we start, please, with sensitivities? Again, to understand that your position and particularly the difference between you and Mrs. Bean, your approach. Now, so far as the various viewpoints are concerned, I mean, there are some where you were concluded a lower sensitivity than Mrs. Bean. I think numbers 3, 5, and 7.
Correct, yeah.
And I think one of the 11 viewpoints where you concluded a higher sensitivity, that was viewpoint 10.
Correct, yeah.
In terms of the approach to assessment of sensitivity, again, can we just go back into the LVIA, please? And can we go to paragraph 3.2.30, internal page 18, continuing to page 19.
Yeah.
And there a series of bullet points, I think 5,
correct, yeah.
which are the factors identified as being relevant to the sensitivity of the visual resource.
Yeah.
See that? And so far as that list is concerned, is that a list that you agree with or disagree with?
Yeah, I agree with, yeah.
So viewpoint 10, that's where you conclude the sensitivity to be higher than Mrs. Bean in the LVIA.
Yeah.
So far as viewpoint 10 is concerned, we'll go to it, shall we?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you have these in the first series of core documents. I think viewpoint 10 is one 4.1.3U. Are you there, Mr. Reynolds?
I am, yeah.
So in terms of viewpoint 10 and the sensitivity, you've described that as being moderate. Mrs. Bean considered it to be low.
Yeah.
You've indicated that you accept the list of factors that are identified as being relevant.
Yeah.
What do you say are the principal factors as to why you say that should be considered moderate rather than low? Why are you higher than Mrs. Bean on that?
One of them is the location. So as per the first bullet point there, viewpoints that are closest to the site are generally more sensitive, which I would agree with. Second bullet point, number of users who commonly view the viewpoint. So as it says on the viewpoint itself, that's a representative view of users of the local road network, who will obviously be a lot of people that pass by the site on that road. Typically, there'll also be people who live locally or work locally, who again are sort of higher sensitivity, because they're more sensitive due to their more regular exposure, which is set out in the third bullet point of it.
Okay. Now, before we leave sensitivity behind us, there was some evidence from the appellant through rebuttal evidence from Mr. Cooper and effectively adopted by Mrs. Bean.
Yeah.
About steam. Do you remember?
I do. Yeah.
And the effect that may or would have on the sensitivity of receptors. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Now, so far as that is concerned, it was suggested that you therefore overestimated or overstated the sensitivity of receptors. A couple of points on that. First of all, so far as Mrs. Bean is concerned, did she regard more or the same or fewer viewpoints than you to be highly sensitive?
I can't remember the exact number now. I think it was the same actually.
Right, I can deal with that.
I'd have to check the figures.
Secondly, on any of your site visits, had you seen the steam that was referred to?
I hadn't, no.
And third, from reading Mrs. Bean's rebuttal evidence, had she seen any of the steam on any of her site visits?
I don't believe so, no.
Now, you're not suggesting, I don't think, that doesn't occur. There's no factual dispute about that, if Mr. Cooper says it does. But in terms of the impact on your assessment of sensitivity, does the evidence that's been raised in rebuttal evidence about steam lead you to alter your position in terms of sensitivity?
It doesn't, no. I mean, to be honest, if I had seen it, I would have sort of perceived it as being an agricultural element anyway. I think sort of steaming manure heaps is a fairly common agricultural thing.
Good. Still on visual impact, please. Susceptibility and value. Mrs. Bean makes the point in her rebuttal evidence that she's not sure how you've arrived at your assessment in respect of sensitivity and value. Can you have a look, please, at your table 4.1, page 19?
Yeah.
And do you include there for each viewpoint how you treat value and how you treat susceptibility?
I do, yeah.
And so far as Mrs. Bean's approach, have you been able to identify from her evidence any assessment from her of susceptibility or value?
No.
And in terms of your overall approach, please, and so far as methodology is concerned, can I ask you to turn, I think for the last time anyway, from me to Glivia?
Yeah.
And in particular, please, can you go to page 99?
Yeah,
And this is figure 6.1, steps in assessing visual effects. Do you see that?
I do, yeah.
And if you go about halfway down the page on the left-hand side, you
Yeah.
can see judge susceptibility and judge value
Yes,
combined to judge sensitivity of visual receptor.
yeah,
See that? And then on the right-hand side, you see the steps to reach an assessment on magnitude of visual effect.
yeah,
And then you combine the whole lot into your final position.
that's right, yeah.
Now, in terms of the approach that you set out in your evidence, please, is that consistent or inconsistent with the figure 6.1 approach in Glivia?
Yeah, between my tables, 4.1 and 4.2, it's consistent with that.
Yeah,
figure.
and I mean, is that approach something which you regard as being clear and well trodden in the world of landscape architects, or something novel?
Yeah, it's fairly standard, yeah.
Coming near to the end, visual impacts. I want to look, please, with you, again, focusing on the key differences between you and Mrs. Bean, so that the inspectors got the respective positions.
Mhm.
If we go to your table 4.2, summary of visual effects.
Yeah,
Those that you identify as being major moderate
yeah,
are numbers, I'll do the work for you, 1, 2, 4, 8, 10, C, and D.
correct, yeah.
Of those major moderate impacts, as you've assessed them, Mrs. Bean agrees with you that 2 and D are major moderate.
Correct.
So I want to look briefly, please, to understand where you depart from each other in respect of numbers 1, 4, 8, 10, and C.
Okay.
So just before my learned friend proceeds, because I don't want there to be any misunderstanding, and I'm a bit concerned about this. As you know from Mrs. Bean's proof and the LVIA, all of her assessments, but I'm making sure my learned friend knows this because what he's put to the witness is inaccurate. All of her assessments are about the proposals as a whole, and very importantly, at year 0. I say all of her assessments, what Mr. Reynolds has set out here by way of a comparator. And so it's obviously inaccurate to put to the witness that there's an actual comparison to be made here without a very heavy caveat that I think leads to no real comparison at all. And I really want to make sure that that is clear, because otherwise we're going to go up a very wrong path. Okay.
I've written rebuttal false comparison with LVIA as impact of chimney versus overall impact. So I promise I'm going to deal with it. So let's recap, please. 1, 4, 8, 10, and C. And this is where I think it would be helpful to return to the visualizations.
Yeah.
Now, we know, and I think agreed in terms of method between you and Mrs. Bean, that you combine sensitivity and magnitude of change in order to give significance of effect.
Correct.
So let's look at, so far as the LVIA viewpoints are concerned, 1, 4, 8, and 10.
Yeah.
On sensitivity, the only disagreement between you is in respect of viewpoint 10.
Correct.
And you have that as being moderate.
Yes.
Mrs. Bean has that as being low.
Correct.
Now, we've been a few moments ago to the list of factors that are relevant to the sensitivity of receptors.
Yeah.
What is it in respect of viewpoint 10? And we can go to it. I think we've been to this one once, but let's go to it.
Yeah.
What is it about that viewpoint which leads you to say that the sensitivity should be regarded as moderate?
As I set out, it's the proximity to the site, the number of people that experience that viewpoint as they pass by the site, and also the nature of who those people are, being typically local residents, business
Yeah.
owners.
Good. Now, so that of those viewpoints is the only one where you and Mrs. Bean disagree on sensitivity. But I want to look at magnitude of change, please. And so this is all caveated that you know what the next subtopic is going to be in a few moments. Magnitude of change.
Yeah.
And we'll start on viewpoint 10.
Yeah.
But whilst keeping those open, please, so that we understand what the terminology means and we can remind ourselves, can you open at the same time the LVIA descriptions of magnitude of change, which we've been to, and it's on page 20, paragraph 3.3.5.
Yeah.
So viewpoint 10, magnitude of change, you describe as being high.
Yes.
Mrs. Bean describes as being negligible.
Yeah.
Yeah. And just to remind ourselves, this isn't a viewpoint where it's not a type 4, so that the
No.
chimney isn't shown here. Now, negligible in the LVIA is described as the proposed scheme is appropriate in its context. It may be difficult to differentiate from its surroundings and would affect very few or no receptors. See
Yes.
that? Now, your case obviously is a chimney case.
Yeah.
So far as the chimney is concerned, in viewpoint 10, would that be, in your view, fairly described as appropriate in its context?
No.
Would it be fairly described as being difficult to differentiate from its surroundings?
No.
And would it be fairly described as affecting very few or no receptors?
No.
You describe it as being high magnitude. So if we look back at, please, 3.3.5.
Yeah.
The proposed scheme would completely change the character and or appearance of the landscape, pausing there. So far as the chimney in viewpoint 10 is concerned, what do you say? You said high. Why do you say it would completely change the character and appearance of the landscape?
Because it would be inserting an industrial feature into that view, which is incongruous with the existing view, in my opinion.
Yeah, and for a long time or a short time?
It's considered to be permanent.
And affecting many receptors, several receptors, or few receptors, or no receptors?
Many receptors.
Yeah. Then viewpoint 8, please, which we can just go back in. I'm looking at a hard copy, so I'm going to refer to the bundle, but viewpoint 8.
Yeah.
And again, difference between you and Mrs. Bean, slightly less dramatic actually, because you say high, Mrs. Bean says moderate.
Yeah.
And again, in viewpoint 8, on what basis do you say that the, by reference to 3.3.5, on what basis do you say that the impact of the chimney should be regarded as a high magnitude of change?
The same as the previous one, really. It would be a new industrial feature inserted into that view, which would change the overall character and appearance. Again, it's considered a permanent feature, and it's by the busy road. We're right outside the Raptor Centre, which has a number of visitors, so it would certainly affect a number of receptors, many receptors.
Thank you. And then viewpoint 4. Again, you say high magnitude of change. Mrs. Bean says moderate. And if your answer's, well, it won't be exactly the same, but what's the reason then for why you say it should be regarded as being a high magnitude of change?
I mean, it broadly is the same. So again, in that view, there's no other industrial features. So it would be inserting that, which would be at odds with the existing character and appearance of the view. It's a permanent feature. And again, we're by the road, so we got a lot of people passing, a lot of receptors.
Yes, a number of receptors, many, several, or few?
Many.
And lastly, please, viewpoint 1. And again, it's the difference here between high and moderate.
Yeah.
And so far as viewpoint 1 is concerned, again, what's your justification for suggesting to the inspector that the magnitude should be treated as high?
same again, really. The chimney would be very prominent in that view. It would change the character. It would become an industrial feature in what's otherwise an agricultural view, permanent feature, and it would affect many receptors.
Good. Next is the point that that's been telegraphed, which is Mrs. Bean's point in her rebuttal about the false comparison between your assessment and the LVIA, because you're looking at the impact of the chimney, she's looking at the overall impact. Just a couple of questions on that, please. The council's case is that harm comes from the chimney.
Correct, yeah.
So far as the approach set out by the appellant, for each of the viewpoints, there is a text set out, isn't there? Text analysis within the LVIA.
There is, yeah.
We're not going to go through the more my learned friend can if he wants to in cross-examination, but so far as that text is concerned, what, if anything, do you read as being the main driver of magnitude of change in the LVIA's assessment?
Mostly the chimney, or the ERS stack as it's referred to in the LVIA, talks about it breaking the skyline and sitting tall into the sky is the term used, I believe.
And in terms of screening on this point, in terms of screening, once the landscaping scheme has had an opportunity to mature,
yeah.
To what extent would the development other than the chimney be screened from the surrounding viewpoints?
If the landscape scheme is successful, then it should be pretty well screened from the surrounding views. And
what about the chimney?
The chimney can't be because of its height.
Good. And just drawing to a close on this topic, I wanted to go quickly to C, actually, viewpoint C, before we leave it.
Yeah.
Mrs. Bean says in her rebuttal that in viewpoint C, the chimney would be barely perceptible only as a tiny element.
Yeah.
What's your comment on that, please?
I think it will be perceptible, but the key thing, obviously, with these views, as we've talked about at the outset, is really needs to be how you perceive it on site, and it's about being kinetic, and actually what you experience when you go out there is, if your move take a couple of steps to the right or the left, it could become a lot more prominent. So just because it happens to fall behind a specific tree in a specific viewpoint, it doesn't mean that it wouldn't be a prominent feature from that viewpoint generally.
Can we look at the overall conclusions, please, on visual impact? And can we go to your table 4.2?
Yeah.
And I'm going to summarize it for you and then follow with a question. But so far as the LVIA 11 viewpoints are concerned,
yeah,
you've identified 5 as being major moderate and 4 as being moderate.
Yes.
And the LVIA, Mrs. Bean, has identified 3 as being major moderate and 6 as being moderate.
Correct.
Yeah, albeit that you don't entirely coincide on which ones fall within which description. So each of you say that 9 viewpoints out of the 11 would be moderate or higher in terms of significance of effect.
That's correct, yeah.
And just again, so that we can understand what that means, can we turn please to the LVIA, table 9 on page 21.
Yeah.
So remembering that each take of you 9 of the 11 moderate or major, and I think you agree on viewpoint D in addition as being moderate major.
Yeah.
So table 9, the significance criteria. What does moderate mean on that methodology, please.
It says the intermediate change in environmental or socio-economic conditions, effects that are likely to be important considerations at a local level.
And so far as major is concerned, what does that mean?
A very large or large change in environmental or socio-economic conditions, effects both adverse and beneficial, which are likely to be important considerations at a regional or district level because they contribute to achieving national, regional or local objectives, or could result in exceeding of statutory objectives and or breaches of legislation.
Thank you. Right, next topic, and we're approaching the end here because topics 4 and 5 are very brief. Topic 4, countryside. Having regard to the evidence you set out in your written evidence and you've explained further in your oral evidence today,
yeah.
What do you say about whether or not the proposal, in particular the chimney, recognises the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside?
I don't believe it does.
Mr. Bashforth made a point in his evidence, we don't need to go to it, that the countryside would be positively enhanced, or there would be positive enhancements to the countryside. Do you agree or disagree?
I disagree.
Mrs. Bean, last point on countryside, Mrs. Bean makes the point in her evidence, written evidence, that well, in the countryside, when you've got development in the countryside, it's often going to be adverse in terms of effects.
Mm-hmm.
What do you say about that?
I don't think that that's the case. It doesn't have to be accepted as such, and actually it's why you don't get a lot of development in the countryside for that very reason.
Yeah, you don't get a lot of development in the countryside, you say, but because of what tends to be the effects of development in the countryside, or what can be the effects?
Because it's an adverse impact on the character of the landscape.
Right. Lastly, please, just some policy context. First of all, feeding into this, where in landscape visual impact terms, effects are described as adverse. This may be the most obvious question of the day, but is that positive or negative?
It's negative.
And if there's a conclusion reached that an impact would be adverse, can you have an adverse effect on landscape or visual impact which is non-harmful?
No, you can't.
And putting that into policy context, and with the caveat, obviously, that Mr. Whitehouse is going to deal with any planning points on policy. But if we just go to your proof, please.
Yeah.
At 3.1.3, you refer there to policy 17 of the Minerals and Waste Local Plan.
Yes.
And which bullets from there do you particularly identify?
F and H.
And then if we keep your finger in that page, but if we then go forward to 5.1, 5.1.16.
Yes.
In your view, is the development consistent or inconsistent with those two bullets that you've identified?
Inconsistent.
And then if we go, please, and deal with LP2, and we go to your proof of evidence at 3.1.4.
Yeah.
And you refer there to LP2's reference to protecting the character of existing settlements and recognising the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside.
Yeah.
And again, if we go forward to 5.1.14.
Yeah.
Whether we say consistent or inconsistent, or contrary or not contrary.
Contrary, yeah.
And LP10, please, in your proof at 3.1.5.
Yeah.
You refer in particular to B and C.
I do, yeah.
And if we spring forward again to 5.1.15, what do you say there?
Again, I believe it's contrary to that policy.
And for the framework, paragraph 180 B, your proof at 3.2.1. The paragraph that used to be 174B. And you refer there and underline, recognising the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside. And again, we can spring forward, can't we, into your conclusions?
Yeah, we can. Yeah.
5.1.13.
Yeah. So contrary to that.
Yeah. Lastly, please, and I promise I mean lastly, a point was made by Mrs. Bean in her evidence. 4.6.2 was the reference to whether anyone was appropriately qualified to make the assessment to inform reason for refusal 1.
Yeah.
Do you recall reading that?
I do, yeah.
Just a couple of questions, please, about that. So far as the LVIA was concerned, on landscape and visual impact, did that conclude adverse or neutral or beneficial effects?
Adverse.
So far as the committee are concerned, and I don't stray into Mr. Whitehouse's evidence, but in your experience, whether it's the inspector or the Secretary of State or committee members, are they qualified to make their own judgments as to visual impacts and landscape impacts?
Yeah, perfectly entitled and able to do that.
We know that there are some occasions where committee members, committees go on a formal site visit and consider various viewpoints that have been brought to their attention and so on, without asking you to turn up the documents. But from the committee report and the committee minutes, was this one of those cases or not?
It was. My understanding is that the committee visited all the viewpoints bar 1, I think.
Yeah. Good. So those are all my questions in chief.
Thank you. We are quite a bit behind, and I'm conscious of giving the appellant a fair crack of the whip. We can either have an adjournment, but I'm keen to press on and start the cross-examination. So, Mr. Burton, I don't know what your views are.
Well, sir, first point is, I think, to remind ourselves when we are scheduled to close today. Could you remind me? Actually, apologies.
Yeah. So, indicatively, it was 5 o'clock.
That's what I recall. Yeah.
There might be scope to run over a little bit.
Well, yeah. I anticipated you might say that. So, I think. Well, I suggest that we stick to the format of having a break. Otherwise, we will not have a break this afternoon. Clearly, work very firmly on the basis, and we've had no complaint at all, of course, about the length of evidence in chief. It's been quite lengthy. It won't surprise you to hear that my cross-examination has got longer as a result. That's just what happens, but it equally won't surprise you to hear that we will not conclude cross-examination today, even remotely. We only have an hour left, and that's even assuming we don't take a break. So I think we should all keep ourselves fit and well and keep your concentration levels up. So let's have a break. Let's do a bit of cross-examination and then we'll come back.
So yeah, so on that basis, we'll adjourn for 10 or 15 minutes, well, 10 minutes, and then come back just after that. So come back at 4:10.
I think we started in chief at 2:33 on that clock. So I think it would have been too long to keep going without a break.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
I should say, just before we rise, Mr. Reynolds, I was going to hand up, and you'll be really relieved I won't be now, a post-it note with the documents I thought I would take you to, but every one of them has been covered by the list of preferences my lady friend gave you. So I'm working on the basis, Mr. Reynolds, that you are ready with those, so far as you can be. I know you're working dually, and that's absolutely fine. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, the inquiry is resumed. We broke off just before cross-examination of the council's first witness. So I'm going to ask Mr. Burton to start his cross-examination. We are quite sort of behind in the timetable, so the idea was to finish around 5 o'clock thereabouts, but I'll run that past the advocates as we go. But over to Mr. Burton.
Thank you very much, sir. So just for your information, as it were, Mr. Reynolds and members of the public, what I'll be doing is I'll be looking for a suitable moment when we get to around 5 o'clock, topic based, obviously. Right. Mr. Reynolds, very good afternoon to you.
Hi.
Now, you are, I think you are what we might refer to as a seasoned inquiry witness. Is that right, Mr. Reynolds?
Yeah.
I believe this is not your first time defending what we call in the trade a member overturn.
Correct.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So you know the drill. A yes and no answer, if you can, please, by all means, then caveat. If obviously you don't need me to tell you this, but if I've interjected with my next question before you've finished, just say no, I haven't finished. I would never do that deliberately. If I've done so, it's just because I've not realised you've got more to say. Okay, but if we stick with that, then we'll move along. I'll proceed by topics, which I hope will allow obviously you to follow, so you can follow, and everyone to follow, and I'll try to flag them up as I go fairly clearly. So the first topic, I want to discuss some high-level principles regarding the assessment of landscape and visual impact. Okay, nothing here that should be surprising or controversial. So, first of all, when you are assessing an impact on landscape and on visual amenity at a high level of generality, I hope we can agree that you need to correctly understand the following three big things, really. The development, one. Two, the baseline, so both the landscape and the visual baseline, correct? And then three, the effects.
Yes.
Yeah, very high level, those are the components. And when you're preparing an assessment for public consumption, which of course this is the most public of all forms of consumption, as it were, you need to do it in a way that clearly describes all of those for that public, correct? Yeah. And indeed for the inspector, of course, very importantly. And your profession has a very well recognized process for doing this, which is called Landscape and Visual Impact Assessment, which we sometimes call LIVIA. But yeah. And that, as we know, is the subject of very well recognized professional guidance in the Guidelines for Landscape and Visual Impact Assessment, 3rd edition, which is something we often refer to as GLIVIA, GLIVIA 3, which is CD 5.1.7. Good. Now, you've already gone to it. Let's turn it up. Just whilst you're turning up, I'm just hoping that noise is going to stop.
Is that the facilities in the building by the sounds of it? I'm not sure what it is.
Okay, it's not stopping. So I was overly optimistic. I will continue. Turn up CD 5.1.7. So can you follow with that noise? Yeah. 5.1.7. So GLIVIA 3, please, Mr. Reynolds. Yeah. And in that turn, please, to page 27, where you should find a table 3.1, which is components of the components of the EIA process, and the role of EIA, and then do you see that?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, and of course, what that table, what it actually does is it tells us the components, and it gives a brief description of the action and the part of the process, but it's covering two different types of things. One is an LVIA in environmental impact assessment, and the other is an LVIA in what's sometimes referred to as a landscape appraisal. So where there isn't an actual environmental impact assessment, correct?
Yeah.
And we can see in the purple box that, and it's, I'm sure, no coincidence that it's set out like this. We can see that those three elements we've just discussed. So the development, as it were, the baseline, and then the effect that we need to understand. They are, quote, required components, whether one is carrying out an LVIA in an environmental impact assessment or an LVA as a landscape appraisal, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And the reason for that is to ensure a systematic, logical, and transparent assessment, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Now, whether one calls one's assessment an LVA or calls it something else, we need correct understanding and transparent presentation, correct?
Yep.
Yeah. Now, it goes without saying that if, and we're talking high levels now, if you don't correctly understand the development or don't correctly understand the baseline, you are unlikely, I'm not saying it's impossible because anything's possible, but you are unlikely to then correctly understand the effects.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like it's just a pyramid, isn't it, really? Yeah, or foundations. Now, and yeah, I mean, and that feeds in all sorts of ways, but given that, and let's just talk about a particular concept now, when we're, a concept of sensitivity, yeah, because when we talk about sensitivity of the baseline, we're talking about its sensitivity to the development. So we've got to get our understanding of the development and our understanding of the baseline right to then hopefully get the sensitivity right, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Good. Okay. Right. So that's first topic, very general concepts. Topic 2, I now want to look at what you have done in your proof. Now, you have not prepared a landscape visual impact assessment for this inquiry, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And so we're clear about that. Your proof is not a landscape visual impact assessment.
No.
And it is not, for the avoidance of any doubt, it's not a landscape visual impact assessment of the proposals as a whole, or even of the chimney in isolation, is it?
No.
No. And it is right to say that of the two landscape visual experts giving evidence to the inquiry, only Mrs. Bean has prepared a landscape visual impact assessment, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Yeah. We'll come on to it, but as we had a small exchange earlier, and as I know you know, Mr. Reynolds, her landscape visual impact assessment, and of course, this carries on into her proofs, is of the proposals as a whole, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's known, but let's just make sure we're agreed on this. Mrs. Bean's landscape visual impact assessment was one that went through more than one enlarging iteration in response to what are called Regulation 25 requests from the County Council that, in fact, ultimately came from the Huntingdonshire Landscape Officer, correct?
That's correct,
yeah. Now, you wouldn't say, I take it from the answers you've given me, you wouldn't suggest that your proof is somehow equivalent to an LVIA of the chimney, despite not being an LVIA. It's a different beast, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I'd probably describe it as being more like a critique, if you like, of the LVIA
Yes.
that was prepared.
Okay. More like a critique. Okay. Yeah. But one thing I do note that I know you've done one thing at least that's like an LVA, and that you've sought to identify effects, the language of EIA, likely significant effects. I think that's the mindset. Is that right? That you've followed? Or is it different?
Well, no, I've reviewed it,
Mm.
and then effectively using the methodology that's set out, I've said, would I come to the same conclusions? And no, I wouldn't.
Mm.
And then where I've highlighted specific deficiencies, in my opinion, I've then sort of flagged those and looked at those in more detail. So the ZTV being an example of that.
Okay, all right. Okay, yeah, because you tell us the exercise you've done in your proof at paragraph 1.2.1, and you say, well, it's slightly different from what you just said now. Well, I say it is different from what you just said now. Just have a look at it, Mr. Reynolds. You say there that your evidence focuses on reason for refusal 1,
yeah,
obviously, and then this quote, specifically, if the scale of the proposed chimney will harm the local landscape character and visual amenity of local businesses and residents. Yeah.
Yes.
And that's as I understand it, that's the exercise you set out to do.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, fine. Now it should go without saying, but I presume that you have set out what you consider is relevant in your proof.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not like, yeah, good. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, obviously, if you think something's relevant, we'll see it there on the page in the proof, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Good. Right. So let's have a look, please, first at Nick, new topic. What you say about the development. So let's start with that. You've got in your proof, you've got a dedicated section headed 2.2 description of development, correct?
Yeah.
It starts at page 5 and goes over to page 6. But I'm taking your proof as a whole. Now, may I ask, where do we see where do we see anywhere in your proof you express any understanding of the width of the chimney, please?
I don't know whether I explicitly set out what it is.
I'm looking for any understanding at all.
Without going through it page by page, I couldn't immediately direct you to somewhere where I've made comment on the width of the chimney.
Well, it's your proof. I'm expecting you to know your way around it, Mr. Reynolds, in all honesty.
Okay, well, I'm happy to. I'm guessing you're saying this because I haven't, so I'm happy to accept that I haven't.
Well, I can't see anywhere in your proof anything that expressed that any understanding of the width.
Well, hang on. Not that there's no understanding of the width. I may not have stated what the width is. However, as I set out, I reviewed all of the documentation that was submitted, including things like the design and access statement, the drawings, the plans. So I was aware of what the width was in the same way I was aware of what the height was.
Well, you see, I mean, it's super interesting. Because, well, let's take it in stages. There's nothing in your proof that I can read, the inspector can read in your proof that shows you, Mr. Reynolds, have an understanding of the width of the chimney. Okay, nothing written down on the page. Yeah.
I said that I've read.
No, I'm asking about your proof. Okay,
Yeah,
answer the question and then you can caveat.
So in my proof, I've set out the documents that I reviewed in preparing this. Obviously, I haven't described the width in the very short summary description of development, but then there's a lot of things that I haven't included in the description of development. It's just a summary of it. So I would have taken it as read, but if I've gone through those documents, I understand the width of the chimney.
You make various references to the height of the chimney, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah, including more, and including but not just references to its precise height of 26 meters, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, okay, you do. So you've done that with the height, but we can't see anything like that at all regarding the width, can we?
Like I said, I couldn't take you to somewhere where I stated what the width is, but I was fully aware of what the width of the chimney was.
Okay. Now, you agree with me a moment ago that you've set out what you consider relevant to obviously landscape and visual impact in your
topics,
in your proof. Yeah. Okay. And as I say, you've not said anything at all about the width. Do you accept that the width of the chimney is relevant to landscape and visual impact?
Yes, because it's the scale of the chimney, which
Okay.
is the height and the width.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. I mean, you actually say in your proof scale is height. You're aware of
I
that?
say that that particular paragraph is referring to height. So that's why I said scale and then in bracket height.
Yeah, you know the one I mean.
Not width. I know exactly what one you mean. Yeah.
All
Because in that context of that paragraph, it was referring to height.
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, it must be right that one can't say anything meaningful about how a structure will be seen, and you'll have better words for all of this than I will, okay? By simply talking about raw height. We look at more than just the raw height, don't we?
Absolutely. Materiality, lots of factors.
Yeah. Well, actually, yeah, I was going to come on to materiality. So width, can we agree in terms of our ingredients for how a structure is seen? Width, that's well, I'm going to say important ingredient, but it's clearly a material ingredient.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's relevant to landscape and visual impact.
Yes.
Yeah. Good. Okay. Now, I mean, just pausing there, just to see where we stand on a point that has come up. And I'm really interested in your thoughts on this. A structure that is 26 meters high, but only 1.7 meters wide. Now, just first thing, just a bit of context. 1.07 meters, and I believe the Honourable Member thought it was 1.7, but I think we all knew he misunderstood. 1.07 meters is that is, it's the width of a mature tree. I mean, yeah, a properly mature tree, but that's the kind of width we're talking about, isn't it?
I guess so.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, you know, there'll be all sorts of things one can compare it to, but a structure that is 26 meters high, and I hope you'll forgive me if I call it 1 meter wide rather than constantly saying 1.07 meters wide, will appear that is a slender structure, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, you were here for the openings, weren't you?
I was, yeah.
Could we just turn to, well, I'm sorry, I'm going to call it ID4, but I know that the core document officer is going to tell me off and say that our inquiry documents are going in as core documents. But is that all right if we would call inquiry document 4? Can we use that nomenclature? Yeah.
I think they can be inquiry documents, but effectively on the same list.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So inquiry document 4, my learned friend Mr. Grant's opening. Now, I mean,
sorry, can I just get a copy of that?
Sorry, please get a copy of it. Sorry. Yes, I do apologize. And yes,
I'm not sure it's
this
been
is actually
uploaded yet.
sorry, one of the very few documents Mr. Grant didn't say he was going to refer to. Yeah, thank you. If you turn to paragraph 9 now, which is the bottom of page 2, please.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now it might just be slightly unfortunate language, but to say that something that we clearly know is 26 meters high and 1.07 meters wide, and we agree is a slender structure, to say that it will appear as a 9-story. Now, I'm just going to pass over the word industrial because, I mean, well, anyway, just to say it will appear as a 9-story structure. I mean, what people are going to see is something that is tall and slender without, I don't know, kind of residential story demarcations or anything like that. That strikes me as a slightly curious way to describe it. Would you agree?
Well, I don't think there's a detailed design of the chimney to know what markings it may or may not have on it. But I think 9 stories accurate, 26 meters high. That's broadly 9-story building, allowing 3 for a ground and 2.4 for other floors.
Yeah.
So
but you're not going to see the chimney and think, oh, that's a fire and rescue service practice block. You know, one of those practice towers you get at fire stations or something like that.
no, but
You're going to see, you see how tall it
as
is.
a 9-story equivalent of a 9-story structure.
Yeah, but okay. I mean, look, that's just another way of saying, in usual residential heights,
yeah,
a story is about 3 meters, and so 26 meters is about 9 stories. But
yeah,
in terms of how one sees it,
no, but it's just an analogy for the height, in the same way that people talk about length of double-decker buses and all the rest of it.
all right, okay, so fine, okay, so it's just an analogy for height, as opposed to how someone is going to perceive it, or
Yeah, I mean, I think the word slender is used in there, which
okay. Okay. All right. Now, anyway, that's width. Okay. And I'm sure we'll come on to some views in due course. But I want to just stick with the theme, because another thing that I just couldn't see anywhere in your proof, in fact, is any understanding of actually anything other than the proposed height of the chimney. I'll give you the obvious example, Mr. Reynolds. I couldn't see anything expressing any understanding of the proposed colour/materiality. Is there anything in there in your proof you'd like to point us to?
I don't think I've referred to it, but I don't think that information's given in the. I don't think there's detail on the materiality of it.
Well, I mean, look, take it in stages. Do you accept? I think you already have that proposed colour or materiality is that's a material part of the mix when we talk about how a structure is seen. Yeah, can be. Okay. Yeah, and you accept, right? You haven't dealt with it in your proof. Now you say it's not shown anywhere. Could you turn to CD 1.1.9, please? Which in fact is not on your list, but it's come up now. So let's go to it. So CD 1.1.9.
Yeah.
And that you should have before you the cross section of the healthcare waste energy recovery facility. Do you see it?
I do.
Yeah. And can you see that the shed is green and then the chimney is a grey, kind of greyish tone.
Yeah, on the drawing it is, but it doesn't say that it's grey. The shed says steel frame clad in green, but the chimney doesn't say that it's what the colour is. So it could be, for example, could be stainless steel, which would reflect the light and be a lot more visually prominent, or it could be a kind of cloud dark grey, which would probably be less. So there was no information that I was aware of that set out the colour or material.
Sorry. No, you've got a drawing in front of you that shows a chimney grey. How can you say there's no information you're aware of? I'm talking about the colour.
Well, the shed says clad in green. So the chimney could have said 20-metre high stack, clad in grey, or clad in stainless steel. That is also, if it's stainless steel clad, it would look like that in a simple coloured section. I'm not aware. If there's a specification somewhere for the material that chimney will be constructed of, I would welcome to be pointed to it, but I certainly haven't found one in all the material that I went through.
Do you raise this as a point anywhere in your proof?
No, but you've asked me a question on it.
No. You don't raise it, right? Okay. So yeah. So are you telling us that you had you had a thought that the colour of the chimney would be important, and you thought, I'll go and look at that. Oh, I can't see anything telling me about that. That's relevant, but I won't say anything about that in my proof. Was that the thought process?
No, it wasn't something that I thought about until you've just flagged it now, where you've raised whether colour would be an issue, and I've just said colour would be an issue, but unless that information is given to me, I'm not able to make comment on whether it would be a positive or a negative impact.
Yeah. Had you read the officer report to committee when you sat down to write your proof?
I had, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Can we start with that, please? Yeah. Officer report to committee. Sorry, this is now, of course, it's another document. So you'll need to turn up CD 1.4.2.
Yeah.
Tell me when you're there, Mr. Reynolds.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Do you see it says at paragraph 3.6, and I'm afraid you're going to have to find it in the document because it doesn't have the internal page numbering. But can you see there's a 3.6 under a subheading that's Little Roman 3 Healthcare Waste Energy Recovery Facility?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you see it says this would comprise a new steel frame building measuring 53 metres by 39 metres and 8.7 metres to the eaves and 10 metres ridge of the gently pitched roof. The box profile cladding will be dark green and the roof dark grey. The stack would be 26 metres high and 1.0 and 7 metres in diameter and coloured light grey. Do you see that?
I do, yeah.
Okay. So the officers knew that. Did you I think you said you had read the LVIA when you prepared your proof. Is that right?
I had, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Could you turn to paragraph 6.1.16 in the LVIA, page 43, and tell me when you're there. Yeah.
6.1.16. Yeah.
It is intended that the buildings be a steel frame clad in green colour materials with grey roofs to match in with the more recently installed existing buildings on site, and the ERS stack will be light grey. Okay, see that?
Yeah.
Now, look, there was information out there that told you that the proposal was a stack would be light grey.
Okay.
Correct? You
Yeah.
accept that? Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Yeah. Now, of course, of course, Mr. Reynolds, I accept, as you'd expect me to, that we need to make sure that all the things that need to be conditioned, should the Secretary of State be minded to grant permission, are conditioned. Obviously, I mean that goes without saying. We're probably not quite in the realm of a proposal where we need to bind the architects to it. Probably not quite in that realm, but clearly, the treatment, or however one describes it, the detailing, so on, will all be subject to conditions. If you want to turn that up, can we turn that up just to bottom this point out? So if you take up the main statement of common ground, please, which is CD 2.4.1, and if you go to the back, there's an appendix 4 with a draft schedule of planning conditions. Okay.
Yeah.
And number 13 is materials. Do you see that?
Yep.
Yeah. No buildings, plant, or infrastructure over 9 meters in height shall be erected until details of the external construction, materials, finishes, and colours have been submitted to and approved in writing by the Waste Planning Authority. Development shall be carried out according to approved details.
Standard,
Okay. It's standard stuff. All right. Now, we can't we, proceed entirely safely on the basis, and bearing in mind the very obvious points that you just made about, well, some things are shiny and some things are matte, that not only is it proposed that the chimney will be a light grey, but that the Waste Planning Authority will be able to insist on and will insist on the chimney being essentially the least obtrusive colour and finish.
I would say that they have a mechanism to agree what the colour is.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, okay. I mean, you're not all right. You're not prepared to agree all the way. Do you agree? But because if not, perhaps tell us so we can start thinking about this. But do you agree, as officers seem to, and no one's raised the point, that light grey is that's the least obtrusive colour?
It's difficult. So I mean, probably, like I said, sheen and finish would have something to do with it.
Of course, but just colour. Yeah.
But broadly speaking, grey is probably
just
because of the nature of the skies. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So we will have a chimney, and we agree this, that's slender, and that, well, given that we agree there's a mechanism to secure it, we agree that light grey is, broadly speaking, that's the least obtrusive. It's surely safe to assume that we'll have a chimney that will be slender and the least obtrusive colour. That seems safe to assume, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Have you still got 1.1.9 open in front of you, Mr. Reynolds? If you haven't, could you get it? Just get it up again.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think we've got the heights of chimney and buildings the chimney is, it's about, what is it, about one, I mean, it's not actually set on the ridge line, is it? It's not set under, it's offset. But the top of the ridge line of the building is 10 meters. The chimney's offset.
Yeah.
It's something less than 2.5 times the height of the shed.
Yeah, give or take, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Good. Right. I mean, there are lots of ways one can seek to try to give context to a height like that. I mean, my learned friend said, think of a 9-story residential building. Sorry, not a building, structure. Yeah. Apologies. I mean, in this, as we walk out of this inquiry room into the countryside around here, and of course we're not at this site here. We're over in Alconbury. We see some pylons, for example, which you've noticed, you've seen the pylons.
Not specifically.
No. Oh, okay. Well, I was trying to think of some ready reckoners. I mean, they're standard grid pylons of 36 meters, so they're at least. Yeah. All right. Okay. No, I won't. I'll stop thinking of ready reckoners on my feet, and yeah. Well, we'll move to the next topic. Right. Okay. So let's move to baseline. Generally, but yeah. No. Just sorry, Mr. Reynolds. Just before we move to baseline. Given what we've established was in the information about the color of the chimney, and I don't want to be unfair about this, but I mean, basically, I presume you'd missed that when you were looking through the materials. That's why it's not in your proof.
Yeah, I didn't see. I looked at the drawings, which don't have grey on it, even though it's coloured grey on them. I had missed the reference to it being grey in the updated LVIA.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. And it is the case that your assessment of the chimney in your proof, and I think until just now we're discussing now, necessarily proceeded on the basis that you had no thoughts about the colour, and if anything, you queried where it might be steel.
No, I didn't query that it might be steel. I just had I thought of it as a structure. I don't believe that the colour of it would have such a significant bearing as to materially alter the assessment.
But you had no thoughts about it at all, did you?
The colour?
Yeah, I mean, for you, that was just a nothing, essentially, or a blank in your knowledge.
Not a blank in my knowledge, but I didn't consider the colour, but that was partly because it wouldn't have made a material difference to my assessment of the impact of the visibility of the chimney.
Is that right? I mean, I can think of, and I can't remember where they are, but I mean, I can think of some chimneys that people colour with red hoops, white and red hoops, and things like that. And I can think of some chimneys that are super shiny steel, and some are not. Are you really saying it doesn't make a difference?
Not a massive difference. And as I said, I based it on the drawings, which showed it as not having bright red hoops on it. So I assumed it would be similar to what's shown in the drawings, green buildings, a greyish stack. I didn't assume it was going to be coloured or light up at night or anything like that. I just based it on what was shown in the drawings.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you know, even the original LVIA identified it as being major or moderate adverse impact in a number of the viewpoints. So, you know, I don't think my assessment, as we went through in evidence in chief, is materially different.
I'm going to come on to what the LVIA did or didn't say, but I need to just try to clear up with you now, Mr. Reynolds, again, even though I thought we'd agreed on this. The LVIA, and I want to check your understanding. The LVIA assessed the entirety of the proposals. It did not assess the chimney in isolation, correct?
Correct.
You understand that?
I do.
Your assessment, by contrast, is an assessment of the chimney in isolation, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. And we'll come to it, but that's why when we get to your table 4.2 at the end, and you're going through all the different viewpoints, you're assessing only the chimney, aren't you?
Yes.
You're then putting in another column Mrs. Bean's assessment of the whole proposals, aren't you?
Yes.
Yeah. And Mrs. Bean's assessment of the whole proposals at year 0 before the landscaping has established, which you agree will essentially just completely deal with and screen everything other than the chimney. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you say, and look, Mrs. Bean says the same as me about this. To which I say, well, that's apples and pears. How can you possibly say that?
Well, no, because that's the residual. If you read the LVIA, the way that it works is it undertakes assessment and then it sets out the mitigation. So the screening vegetation is part of that mitigation.
Right. As I say, we're going to come back to that in detail. Okay. Now, topic 4, baseline. Okay. Generally. So if you had set out to prepare an LVIA of the chimney, as opposed to what you did in your proof, you would, for a start, have had to explore the baseline in accordance with chapter 5 of Glivia 3, wouldn't you? Let's just I'll turn it up because I want the inspector to follow, of course, in any event. So, chapter 5, and could you please go to page 74? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is the dealing here with landscape character assessment. Yeah.
Yeah.
And are you there, sir? Page 74. Right. And at 5.4, Glivia 3 sets out the basic requirements of what should be identified and described of the baseline, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, you don't claim, do you, that you have done that in your proof?
No, I've commented on the one that was in the LVIA.
Well, yeah, I mean,
so as I said before,
Hmm.
I haven't undertaken an independent LVIA. I've commented on the submitted. It's not my job to undertake an LVIA of your scheme. I've commented on the LVIA that was submitted. So those factors should be taken into account in the LVIA, and I've made comment on them. If I feel they're incorrect or there's things missing, I've commented on it. But that's the approach that I've taken. Yeah. So comment on the one that was submitted.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But importantly, and we'll come on to this, and it might be tomorrow, but importantly, as you've told us, you've set out in your proof what you consider relevant. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, thank you. So whereas, and we can see if you turn up the LVIA, look at it, section 4. We can see in the LVIA, Mrs. Bean goes through, first of all, of course, the actual character appraisals, the published character appraisals, and then she goes through natural characteristics, topography, geology and soil, vegetation, water bodies, drainage, cultural, social factors, historic development, assessing perceptual, all of these things. Obviously, you don't do that.
No, because there's no point in me redoing what I've already been done and what I agree with.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, there's no point you redoing what's already been done and what you agree with. Now, next topic, your experience. Now, you explain in your proof, Mr. Reynolds, that you founded Tapestry Urbanism Limited, correct?
Yeah.
Which is a Hackney-based practice, I believe, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. You were instructed by the county council when precisely, please?
I would have to check the exact date. I don't know, did I put it in my proof? No, I didn't. I'd have to check the precise date.
Okay.
I'll come back to you.
Okay. Well, forgive me if I missed it in your proof. I couldn't see it.
No, I don't know that it is in there.
No. You tell us. You tell us in your proof, Mr. Reynolds, that you that your first visit was in December 2023.
Yeah.
What date was that precisely, please?
Again, I'd have to check my diary to be able to tell you the exact date.
All right. Now, I was careful not to say site visit because I'm not aware from your proof that, and I've obviously checked with my client, that you actually made any request to go on to the site itself or went
No,
onto the site itself.
not into the site, no.
No, you didn't go in. Yeah. Yeah. And so obviously it follows you didn't do the exercise that Mrs. Bean did of literally being in the site, walking around the site, looking out, seeing, you know, the old practice, seeing what one can see, looking out, and that informing you as to which viewpoints outside the site are viewpoints where you can see the site looking back the other way.
I didn't feel I needed to because I was focusing on the chimney, so I wouldn't be able to see what you could see from 26 meters above ground anyway. I'd only be able to get a view of what you could see at 6'3" above ground. So that's why I did the ZTV exercise, which I'm sure we'll come on to tomorrow, which sets out where you would be able to see the chimney from, to give myself a feeling for the area, because having visited the area and having worked in the area for a number of years previously as well, I was surprised that it wasn't more visible from the south because of the generally flat landscape.
Yeah. Now, sir, it is exactly 5 o'clock. Mr. Reynolds has just a moment ago given me two answers that are, I need to check my diary answers. And actually, this is as good a place to stop as any. And it would actually I quite like you to check your diary, please, Mr. Reynolds, and come back tomorrow morning and tell us the answers to those questions, if that's acceptable to you, sir.
Yep.
Yeah, happy to convene there.
Thank you. So I'll put a marker down at 40 minutes. I can make absolutely no promises that I'm going to stay within my 3.5 hours, but I can say, sir, that I'm not thinking my 3.5 hours has suddenly become 2 days or anything remotely like that. I think we're getting on reasonably well, Mr. Reynolds and I, as I would expect. So I'm not concerned.
So in terms of tomorrow, we're going to start at 9:30 and continue the cross-examination. There was a few, somebody wanted to ask a question. A few people approached me in the adjournment as well. There will be scope for some questions following the completion of the cross-examination, cross-examination, re-examination, then questions. So there is some scope there. And then hopefully we can try and claw back some time that we've lost. There is a lady wanting to ask a question on the front row. Well, the cross-examination has been sort of scheduled, penciled for 3.5 hours. So it'll be presumably mid-afternoon. Yeah. Lunchtime after thereabouts. Yeah.
I'm not, you'll appreciate, I'm not going to put any procedural obstacles in anyone's way, because that's the last thing I want to do. But generally speaking, if members of the public were to ask questions of a witness, it would generally be if they were in opposition to the witness.
Yeah, I think there was a point of clarification about local knowledge, shall we say. I don't think it was something that's going to take up a long time. I think it's a point what somebody wanted to make more so. Yeah. No. Yes, that's what I meant. Sorry, I think I think there's a bit of a misunderstanding there. Yeah. So questions to me, and there was a point of clarification that one of the interested parties wanted to make. So that can be done tomorrow. So we'll adjourn now until 9:30 tomorrow. Thank you. Yeah, sorry. Yes, I should clarify. The witness is in Purda.
And he also can't discuss the subject matter of the inquiry with anyone. So please don't anyone in the public put him in a difficult position. I'm sure you weren't thinking of doing so, but just in case.